Inflation came in today at 2.4% in January, down from 2.7% in December, and below expectations of 2.5%. Well, this number was largely driven by a 7.5% decrease in gasoline prices. Meanwhile, things like healthcare services are up 3.9%, electricity 6.3%, food 2.9%, plus overall, we're still above the Fed's 2% goal. Yeah, but overall, we're down from the 3% when Trump took office and way down from the 9% peak under Biden. We keep waiting for those tariffs to cause inflation, but it keeps going down. Well, prices aren't coming down, just the rate they're going up is slightly slowing. Plus, it's not a lie that tariff transmission of price increases from the company to consumers happens gradually. Someone has to pay the tax. Every month you use that same argument, yet CPI keeps going down. Meanwhile, Wednesday, we also got a better than expected jobs report. 130,000 new jobs in January, and the unemployment rate falling to 4.3% from 4.4%. Well, that comes as we only added 181,000 jobs in all of 2025, down from the estimates of 584,000, which was the worst year absent of the pandemic since 2010. Lots of government jobs lost in 2025 and illegals deported plus self-deported. It was more than just that, trust me. I don't trust a word you say. No shit.
And all right, guys, we are live. Well, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we got a not long live for tonight because we got a lot to get into. We're going to go ahead and start with Trump's gaggle with the press, and we got a whole lot more to get into because, of course, people are defending Pam Bondi, people are crucifying her, and we're going to get into both sides. So let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, and let's get right into it. Oh, yeah, and of course, we're going to talk about the looming government shutdown.
We brought costs way down, and the numbers were surprising, except to me, they weren't surprising. So the inflation numbers that just announced, as you know, are way down, and we have it back in track. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country, and now we have very modest inflation, which is what you want to have.
Yep, inflation came down from what, 2.7 it was in December to 2.4 in January.
Are you anticipating, Mr. President, why hasn't the FBI taken over the Nancy Guthrie case as the lead investigator? Do you have any updates on how that's going?
Well, they took it over originally. You know, it was a local case originally, and they didn't want to let go of it, which is fine. It's up to them. It's really up to the community. But ultimately, when the FBI got involved, I think progress has been made. Complicated.
Mr. President, are you anticipating cutting a deal with Democrats to end the potential shutdown for DHS?
We'll see what happens. We always have to protect our law enforcement. It's very important. They've done a great job. Remember, they've taken out hundreds of thousands of criminals out of our country, and we have the best crime numbers we've ever had, and everywhere. Murder numbers, crime numbers of any kind. We have the best numbers. We've taken out hundreds of thousands of criminals out of our country. We have to protect our law enforcement.
Are you talking to
Mr. President, are you considering land strikes on Mexico, Colombia, and Venezuela?
What about it?
Land strikes, are you planning?
Not really about it.
Mr. President, do you still have a veto on Nouri al-Maliki to become the Iraqi prime minister?
We're looking at a prime minister. We're going to see what's going to happen. We've got some ideas on it. But in the end, everybody needs the U.S. Everybody needs us.
Are you planning to hold anyone accountable down in El Paso? The second aircraft carrier that you decided to send, talk about why you made that choice.
Well, in case we don't make a deal, we'll need it.
So Trump sent the second aircraft carrier to, pretty much from the Caribbean to pretty much around the Middle East region, and that's only if these talks fall out. And like I said, I'm not sure if they're gonna come in the middle and be like, look, you're gonna get rid of your nuclear but you can keep your missiles, or they're just gonna hardline on Iran getting rid of their enriched uranium and their missile defense system, which it doesn't look like the Iranians are trying to do. They're willing to get rid of the uranium but not their missiles, so we'll see what comes of that. But if there is no agreement on that, then yes, it does look like we will be striking Iran.
If we have a deal, we could cut it short. It'll be leaving very soon. We have one out there that just arrived. If we need it, we have it ready. A very big force.
Is there any progress in Ukraine negotiations? Do you still demand Zelensky has to hold elections before summer?
Zelensky's going to have to get moving. Russia wants to make a deal, and Zelensky's going to have to get moving. Otherwise, he's going to miss a great opportunity. He has to move.
Mr. President, are you going to hold it?
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Netanyahu will
will receive. Mr. President, are you personally involved in these negotiations over DHS funding, and where do you see room for compromise?
Well, but you have to remember, if you look at Homeland Security, if you look at what they've done, if you look at what ICE has done at Border Patrol, we have the safest border in the history of our country. Nobody comes in other than if they come in legally. If you remember, just a little while ago, a year and a half ago, for a 4-year period, they allowed 25 million people in our country. Many of these people are murderers and drug dealers, a horrible thing.
So, pretty much to avoid the government shutdown, the problem is that the Dems want, well, ICE to, one, no longer wear masks, to start wearing body cams, and to start identifying themselves. Now, I agree with the whole body cam part, but in the identification, I mean, they're already doing that one. When it comes to the masks, not really, because you got these Dems or these radical leftists are still doxing them and still harassing their family members. And like I said, what Don Lemon did proves my point. They found an ICE officer, they found out who he was, they found out what church he went to, and then they went in there and harassed his church. They harassed the people in his church. Like, are you serious? So yeah, if people are going to be doing that, then they need to keep their mask on. And shout out to my man Monty for starting us off. He's like, hey, Zelensky, this is what holding the cards look like. Yeah, literally. This is what holding the cards look like when it comes to, exuding military power. Sadly, Zelensky can't do that. Well, when it comes to Russia. When it comes to Russia, for some reason, we thought a little small old Ukraine could beat big old Russia. And now we're kind of just taking the L on that side. We've backed off, but for some reason, NATO persists.
We've gotten a lot of them out. We now have the best record in the history of our country on crime. It was just announced our crime numbers are the best in 125 years. So I am here to protect law enforcement and our great police and ICE and Border Patrol and everybody. I'm here to protect them because they're protecting us. And the job they've done is incredible.
Do you believe Prime Minister Netanyahu will receive a pardon?
No. I do think so, yes.
You still have confidence in Kristi Noem, Mr. President, despite the reports of chaos.
We have low crime numbers. The answer is
handling of the airspace closure over El Paso. Are you pleased with Sean Duffy's handling of the airspace closure over El Paso?
The way it happened. People learn. People learn.
On Greenland, on European leaders' hypocrisy. Greenland doesn't want Europe controlling them anymore. What's your message to them, to those European leaders' hypocrisy?
Greenland's going to want us, but we get along very well with Europe. We'll see how it all works out. We're negotiating right now for Greenland.
Mr. President, do you think the cartels are at all involved in Nancy Guthrie's case or another nation state potentially?
I can't say that yet. It's a little bit early, but it's somebody either knew what they were doing very well or they were rank amateurs. Either way, it's not a good situation.
What is your message to European leaders in Munich Security Conference?
I mean, there was a video release. Apparently, the guy was caught on the Ring camera, but it didn't really give us any information. But, the fact that I guess he was masked up, of course, wearing gloves, of course, and had a backpack. I mean, yeah, apparently this guy knew what he was doing or knew what he was coming for. Or knew he was coming.
Great relationship with them. If it wasn't for me, they'd be paying 2% and not paying. Instead, they're paying 5% and they're paying. We have a very good relationship with NATO.
How confident are you that our negotiations with Iran will be successful?
I think they'll be successful, and if they're not, it's going to be a bad day for Iran. Very bad.
Are you actively talking with Democrats right now about a DHS shutdown? How painful do you expect that?
But, we have to protect law enforcement. ICE has done a phenomenal job. Border Patrol, we have a closed border for the first time in history. We have to protect law enforcement, our police, our Border Patrol, ICE, and others in law enforcement. And I'm very much, look, I know what they want. I know what they can live with. The Democrats have gone crazy. They're radical left lunatics. That's why their cities are so unsafe. The blue cities are the cities that are unsafe. True. So we have to protect our law enforcement.
I mean, shoot, not only are they unsafe, but they're the most expensive places to live. Like, can you imagine living in a blue city? Like, it's expensive as hell and it's unsafe. Depending on where you live, of course. If you're living in the inner city, you're kind of cooked because it's expensive as hell and unsafe.
You just lifted sanctions on Venezuelan oil. What are the next steps, and when are you going to host Delcy
Well, we have a
Rodriguez?
very good relationship with the president of Venezuela. As you know, we're working together very closely. We have our big oil companies going in. They're going to be taking out the oil and selling the oil for a lot of money, and Venezuela is going to get a big part of that money. And the relationship we have right now with Venezuela is, I would say, a 10.
Mr. President,
The biggest beneficiary will be the people of Venezuela.
On Venezuela, will you be?
Oh yeah, and the reason why they're talking so heavily on Venezuela because yes, Delcy Rodriguez, the basically the ex-VP, now president of Venezuela, that's working with the Trump administration now, has did an interview with MSNBC. Or wait, was it MSNBC? Nope, it wasn't. It was NBC News. Yes, she did an interview with NBC News, and we'll be getting into that later on in the segment. So, probably do the first hour by myself, then I'll go ahead and bring in my man Monty.
Recognizing Delcy Rodriguez's government as the official government of Venezuela.
Well, right now we have done that. We're dealing with them, and really, right now they've done a great job. Delcy's done a very, very good job, and the relationship is strong. The oil is coming out, and a lot of money is being paid for oil by other nations, and we're taking care of it. We're refining it, and we're the only one that has the capability to refine it. Right now, the relationship with Venezuela is as good as it can be.
When are you planning to visit Venezuela, sir?
I'm going to make a visit to Venezuela. Well, we haven't decided. Are you from Venezuela?
From Colombia, sir. We share a border with Venezuela.
We just had a good meeting with.
I don't know about visiting Venezuela, Trump. Like, look, man, the government working with you, but I'm not too sure about them people. Like I said, they're out here doing citizen militias, carrying around guns, talking about bring back Maduro. I don't know if you want to deal with them people.
With the president of Colombia,
President, on the Munich Security Conference, what is your message to Europe and to the leaders?
The only message is we have a great relationship with NATO. We're a very powerful part of NATO. The people that are the heads of the countries, the various countries that we're talking about, they're all friends of mine.
Mr. President, you just mentioned the meeting with the president of Colombia, Mr. President.
We want Congress back in town?
To meet with the North Korean Kim Jong-un this year.
Mr. President, do you have a deadline for Iran, Mr. President? Do you have a deadline for Iran? Do you have any deadline for Iran?
I do, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. President, Rwanda just violated the peace agreement. What are you going to do about it? You told me last time that there will be consequences. They continue to kill a lot of Congolese people in DRC.
We'll take a look at it.
Yeah, the problem in the what was it? The Dominican Republic of Congo. Yeah, the Republic of Congo, pretty much. So the problem with going on in Congo is the fact that the M23 rebels, they're still fighting. Now, when it comes to the Congo and Rwanda, those guys have stopped fighting, but these rebel groups who weren't included in the peace talks are still going at it. So it is what it is. It's really hard to say there's peace going on. We still got these rebel fighters whose grievances have not been answered, so they're out there still causing a ruckus.
After the deal that you brokered,
the president of Syria is doing a very good job. He's unifying the country. We're very happy with the job he's doing. He's doing a great job for the people of Syria. He's unifying the country. Thank you.
I want to show you the evidence.
Come on, Brian, let's go.
Look what they're doing. Hey, let's step back. First of all, pretty strong economic numbers going into 26. Stock market, 50,000. You said it could go to 100,000 plus.
Numbers today on inflation.
I was going to say, what's the outlook for the remainder of 26? Do you think?
I think we're going to have 100,000 by the time I leave office and at the end of my term. I think we're going to be at 100,000, the Dow. And if you remember, when I was first elected, everybody said, if I got it to 50,000, the Dow, or 7,000 with the S&P, if I got it to 50,000 with the Dow, that would be an amazing, that would be in 4 years from then, from the election. I got it at 50,000 the last day of my first year. So I'm I'm pretty early. I think we have a great chance of doing very substantially higher numbers. The country is doing well. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. And the inflation numbers that just came out moments ago were actually incredible. Prices are way down. Inflation is way down, far lower than anyone thought could have happened in a period of 1 year.
Mr. President, to show you. I have a lot to show you.
Are there any concessions you're willing to make with ICE, about ICE or about immigration enforcement?
It's in favor of our law enforcement. ICE has done an amazing job. We've taken up hundreds of thousands of horrible criminals, including murders. We had 11,888 murderers. A lot of them have been found and removed from our country. We have the lowest crime number. We have the best crime numbers we've had. You won't believe this one, 125 years. From the year 1900, we have the best crime numbers that we've had in 125 years. I have a great loyalty to ICE, to Border Patrol, to our police, to, frankly, our firemen, etc. Thank you.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the media analysis side, because this one kind of pissed me off. Like, Fox, man, y'all got to do better. Y'all got to do better, because like the fact that they were literally trying to defend Pam Bondi's, her testimony. Yeah, I'm sorry, but there was really no defense of that. But let's hear her out.
Now, once again, a Trump cabinet secretary goes up to Capitol Hill for what was supposed to be kind of a regular oversight hearing. And once again, we see that the Democrats
already, sis, no oversight hearing on how did she F up the Epstein files this bad? Why did she come out and pretty much give us these BS ass binders to these influencers that already had information that we all knew, and it really wasn't real release? Then when we tried to get the real release, there was a hold up on it, and then there was pretty much had to get forced through. And let's remember, she said she had them on her desk. All 6 million files, or what? Just what you're willing to give us? Like, yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. There's a lot of criticism going on around her.
Democrats have only one thing to offer: theatrics. But if they wanted gotcha moments, they instead got gut punches. Who knew Pam Bondi was such a brawler? First up, Congressman Jamie Raskin.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you, because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer.
He's a Harvard law grad and a con law professor for 25 years at American University, and all I can say is his poor students. Now, Raskin, before this, he claims to care about the redactions and the Epstein files, but we all know that if he cared about kids, he would have led the crusade against Biden's open border and the 300,000 missing migrant kids.
Look, I mean, we get it. Biden helped with child trafficking as well. But that doesn't matter when it comes to the Epstein files. I mean, even Thomas Massey said it right. It's like, yo, this goes back to Bush, Obama. I mean, really, it goes all the way back to Bill Clinton, maybe even further when it comes to the Epstein files. And this has all been swept under a rug, all his financial crimes, sexual crimes, all that. So I'm sorry, but we're not trying to hear the what about Biden this time. I mean, we're not talking about economics. We're not talking about really the border. We're talking about a child trafficking organization, a fucking cabal of billionaires or rich people trafficking children and doing whatever the F they want with the market. That's what we're talking about. I'm sorry, but to the what about Biden, this is not the argument for that. And trust me, I'm all about for the what about Biden when it comes to debating political issues. But when it comes to the Epstein files, I'm sorry. It's just moot point. We're not hearing it.
So again, this is all performance. Democrats who did nothing as Biden, Mayorkas flooded our country with millions of criminals and indigents, they have the nerve to challenge Bondi on decency?
If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
May I respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one can.
I did not ask a question.
This is what.
Okay, make sure you double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation. Bah, double tapping that screen.
Congressman Liu didn't want to talk about. California refuses to honor detainees because of its dangerous sanctuary city policy.
See, if this was coming out of Kristi Noem's mouth, I'd be okay with that because it's about immigration. Like, We're talking about the Epstein files. We're talking about your failure in prosecutions, your failure in appointing prosecutors without having them confirmed by the Senate. That's what we're talking about. You bringing up immigration issues like you're Kristi Noem is not the smartest thing to do. I'm gonna be honest with you, and it's crazy how Fox News is even defending this. It's extremely incompetent.
The refusal means California has released 4,561 criminal illegal aliens. The crimes of these aliens include 31 homicides, 661 assaults, 574 burglaries. That's why they are deflecting. That's why they're trying to talk about the Epstein files.
What?
It's a deflection, bingo. And if anything, the Epstein files, by the way, tarnish the reputations of Trump foes and political adversaries, from British Prime Minister Keir Starmer to Bill Gates. So this hearing was much ado about nothing. The initial handling and messaging, and I said this at the time, surrounding Epstein, it wasn't great. But right now, there is zero criminal wrongdoing alleged against President Trump or anyone in his inner circle. And after Democrats, by the way, they sat on these files for years, and now they pretend they want justice. But there were...
No, we get it. Yes, they sat on the files for years, and we voted Trump in, and we was siding with Bondi, hoping that was the right AG pick. But obviously it wasn't. But yeah, we were hoping that we would get different. Not, oh, well, why are you getting mad at me for doing the same? Why are you... Well, you didn't do this under Biden, Obama. This is the reason why you're there. The whole reason why you're there is because we wanted you to do better. Don't give us this, oh, well, you didn't demand more of Biden or Obama. Who gives a shit? Dude, that's why you're here.
I'd bet's all hearing long on when Jerry Nadler would wake up.
The administration when the president and Kristi Noem called Freddie a domestic terrorist.
Oh, wow.
Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin. Not only do you refuse to share evidence...
Yeah, this is tough.
Jerry must have had a rager last night. Man, that man was catching Z's only 18 minutes into the hearing. Wow. Nadler was asleep by 10:18 a.m. That's his version of calling the lid. Here with reaction, someone who stayed awake for the entire hearing, Texas Congressman Chip Roy. Congressman, great to see you tonight. Now, other than the names of underage victims, okay, and some of them were inadvertently revealed. We talked about that last week, and the speed with which they were doing the redactions and so forth, millions of pages.
And shout out Couture Leotard. Appreciate the support, sis. She says, I see it like this. The files implicated a large part of the 1% in our government. And it sure did. It sure did. A lot of the 1% isn't yet. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. People who work in that group of the 1% is in the Epstein files. I mean, like I said, it's mainly hedge fund managers and CEOs and all this crazy stuff. But like Donald Trump, I'm gonna be real with you. Yes, he's in there, but he's not the big fish here. He's not. I mean, there's people who work directly with Epstein. I mean, like, y'all are confusing Donald Trump with Les Wexner. Y'all confusing Donald Trump with Leon Black. And these guys are the guys who truly work with Epstein. But for some reason, the Dems don't care. It's all about Trump, Trump, Trump. And I'm gonna be real with you. This what kind of irritated me about Pam Bondi. It's like, bro, we're not trying to come after. I mean, let me be honest. Yes, this may be about Trump for them. But for us, this is about holding these people accountable. And to sit there and brag about the stock market, which is great, by the way, got nothing to do with the Epstein files. To sit there and try to bring out immigration, that's great, but nothing to do with the Epstein files is dumb. Let's be honest. And Fox News running cover for it is not the best look. I'll be real, but it is what it is. And to be fair, she has done a lot more than anyone else. I mean, yeah, to be fair, I don't know, bro. I don't know about that, Monty. I don't know. We might have to debate that when you get up here, because the incompetence when it comes to the prosecutor, she failed to prosecute Comey, effed up with Letitia James. I mean, Epstein files debacle. I don't know, man. I wish I was there with you, brother. I really do. But shout out to Coach Leotard for the baller alert. Appreciate the support, sis. If they get all the info out, it would crush America quickly. People are already dropping sales in corporate and looking at the whole government as sus. Yeah, I hear you on that one. They have to dip the info. Yeah, they have to drip. Yeah, my bad. They have to drip the info, or we would have a real revolution. And I mean, hey, we might just need that. We might just need the real revolution to come on down because this is not sustainable. Let's be honest. We just can't sit here and pretend like, oh, it's okay that these hedge fund managers that control the market, that basically my life is dependent on, just run around like this. And then here's the thing: if they're over here manipulating the markets so the Epstein files won't be dropped, that's even more reason to throw their ass in jail.
It was unfortunate. It was a mistake. But what are the reasons for any redactions still in the Epstein files? Why redact?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for pointing out that while, Nadler was sleeping and while Raskin and Ted Lieu and the rest of them were turning into a circus, the Attorney General is doing the job of presenting to the American people a common sense agenda where we're delivering with lower crime, that we're actually reducing the asylum cases and the backlog of our immigration judges, and that we're doing the hard work of actually getting the files, the Epstein files, up front and center. Remember, by the way, and you know this, your viewers know this, it was under President Trump that Epstein was indicted. It was under President Trump that Maxwell was indicted and brought forward and that put forward so that they're in jail. But the reality here is we went through some of the redactions, and you know what? The Attorney General acknowledged. I wish some of those hadn't gone out. But you know the point I made is that when they jammed the DOJ with the congressional mandate that they be released, they had to rush the 3 million files, and then therefore some of the names were not redacted. So they worked through it. They're trying to redact those. Now, look, do I think some of the names of the alleged perpetrators should not be redacted? Generally, let's see it all in there. Let's go pursue the truth wherever it may lead. But the bottom line is, I think they got rushed, and I think they tried to clean up what was going on with the victims.
Yeah, you're right.
Now, you've seen some of the more scandalous stuff in these files, disturbing photos, other communications. Do you think indictments should be handed down?
Well, I asked the Attorney General that question. I said, look, Epstein was indicted. Ghislaine Maxwell was indicted. Who else? She was indicted on trafficking underage women. So to whom? And I asked that question to the Attorney General, and she did say on the record, I think it was the only question where she said, look, we have ongoing investigations on this matter, and she acknowledged that they're working to do it. I think that they can keep working to bring people to justice, and they need to.
Yeah, the Democrats pretending to care about minors, though, is the funniest and most pathetic thing ever. But we'd like to see the redactions unredacted, all that information, if possible. Congressman, thank you very much.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get over to Navy with Jesse Waters. Then we're going to go ahead and get into, well, the Epstein survivors spoke out after Pam Bondi's hearing. So we're also going to get into that as well, see what they got to say. Well, actually, no, since we're already in that line of subjects, why not get over to that one?
Not long after the Attorney General's fiery hearing.
Shout out to my man Monty. He says, compare her to any other administration on Epstein. She has done more. Yeah, that's true. We wouldn't know 1,000 of what we know now. Yeah, that's true. Not a defense of her, but just pointing that out. Yeah, that's actually a good point. That's a good point. Now, people will hit you with the, well, we had to strong arm her. The American people actually wanted it. We literally had to force them. But I do hear your point on that one. Under her, more on the Epstein list has been released under any administration. And that's just the fact of the matter. Now, you can go ahead and give your nuance to that, but let's be honest. That's just the fact of the matter.
On Capitol Hill, where we heard Pam Bondi defend her department's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files. I interviewed 6 survivors of Epstein's abuse and 2 family members who tell me they feel that the Justice Department is not taking accountability. We've got that conversation here on our NBC News Now special coverage. Thank you all so much for being here. I know you literally have just come over off of Capitol Hill, where the Attorney General had appeared for that hearing in front of the House Judiciary Committee. I want to do just a couple of show of hands moments on how you feel about that, and then I want to talk about your reaction to everything we heard today. So, with the show of hands, can you show me your hands if you were satisfied with what you heard from the Attorney General today?
None.
Nobody. Show of hands if you are frustrated.
And guys, remember, in the hearing, they had these people stand up, and Pam Bondi has not spoke to any of them. Doesn't mean that she hasn't spoke to any of the Epstein victims, just not them. The DOJ hasn't spoke to any of them or really, worked with them at all. And we're talking about just them. We're not sure about the other ones because there's a lot of victims.
With what you heard.
Very much so.
Very much so. Teresa, tell me more about that.
Well, going into this morning, and much of this process, I have this perspective that you need to give people the opportunity to do what they say they're going to do, to fulfill their word, put their money where their mouth is, so to speak. And we have yet again seen that go the complete opposite direction of there's no integrity. There was no integrity in that room today. It seemed like, as far when it came to Epstein and Maxwell, you know, there was a lot of expression of other good outcomes on things. And I can agree with a lot of what was said. And there was nothing that gave us any bit of hope.
Oh, and shout out to my man Gaming. He sent 9 on Venmo, which is actually 18. Because look, whatever you guys send on Venmo, double the support. He sent 9, so it's 18. Shout out to my man Gaming. And he says, give me a shout out. So shout out to my man Gaming. And shout out my post on Twitter about the tech stocks. I got you. I already know you at me at them. And I was reading. I was like crazy.
Hope of any kind of integrity and doing the right thing when it comes to Epstein, Maxwell, accountability, further investigation, which she claimed was happening. And we're going to be waiting to see the outcome of that and see if that's an accurate, legitimate statement.
Danny, I see you nodding and shaking your head.
I think there was such a lack of empathy today. There was such a lack of, honestly, humanity today. Something that, you know, I think all of us felt a little devastated about was that she had 3 opportunities to address survivors. We stood up and all she had to do was turn around, and she could not even turn around and face us. For so many years, and I can't speak for everybody, but for me, I felt like such a ghost walking through Epstein's mansion. I felt like there were so many people who saw me. There were so many people who should have spoken up. And instead, I felt like I was less than nothing. And now to not have AG Bondi turn around and acknowledge us, it is the exact same type of victimization. It's horrible.
Charlene, what did you think of that moment when you all were standing there and she was asked by one of the members of Congress to turn around and address you?
I felt really degraded. I felt that she's not taking at all any accountability. She's not following any kind of transparency. And honestly, the thought that I have is birds of a feather flock together. So I feel like the way that she handled today is often the way that our president or other people have treated us that are really high up. And I felt like she was treating us just like everybody else has in the justice system and beyond.
I was looking at you all. The cameras there had shown a view of you in that moment on your feet in front of this hearing room, in front of all of these cameras. And I wonder, Jess, Liz, all of you, if you can take me, what was going inside in your mind? What was happening in your mind? What were you thinking as that moment was happening?
So one of the things I was thinking in that moment is that it is such a simple act to turn around and say, I apologize for the terrible job our DOJ did in releasing, that is something that is completely inappropriate. To take responsibility for that, for the damage they did to us, not to state it as, yes, we understand damage was done. No, to us. It was such a simple thing. And it's something we teach children, to take accountability, to recognize when you've made a mistake and you just apologize for it. So there wasn't even an adult in the room that could apologize for the damage done to children and girls.
In her opening remarks, the Attorney General said, I am deeply sorry for what any victim has been through, especially as a result of that monster.
Of that monster. But not. So there's the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein, and then there's the crimes of the cover-up. And she's part of that continuing cover-up. So she didn't apologize for that. But when she,
I don't know, that's a bit unfair to say, but we'll get back to these two. We got a couple of breaking news that just came out. I mean, we got 2 of them. Goldman Sachs top lawyer resigned over Epstein files. And then we got a new video disputes 2 ICE agents account of shooting. So let's go ahead and get into these real quick since they just came out. What the hell?
Files has now reached one of the largest investment banks in the world, Goldman Sachs. The bank's chief legal officer, Kathy Rumler, now says she is resigning. In recent weeks, she has weathered numerous stories examining her relationship with Epstein over the years. Rumler is a former White House counsel to President Obama. She and those around her have insisted that her relationship with Epstein, it was a professional relationship through and through and ended. A spokesperson for Rumler declined to answer some of the detailed questions sent to them from CNN, but said that Rumler said this, has done nothing wrong, has nothing to hide, nothing in the record suggests otherwise, adding that Rumler has been clear and consistent from the outset. She knew him through her work as a criminal defense attorney, shared a client with him, received referrals from him, and was friendly in that professional context. After her announcement, her resignation announcement, the CEO of Goldman Sachs, David Solomon, told CNN this. Throughout her tenure, Kathy has been an extraordinary general counsel, and we are grateful for her contributions. He went on to say, I accepted her resignation, and I respect her decision.
An exclusive K-File report uncovering new details about top Goldman Sachs executive and former Obama White House counsel Kathy Rumler's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. A review of hundreds of emails between Epstein and Rumler, a woman he once called his, quote, great defender, shows discussions about Epstein's legal and reputational troubles, as well as more personal communications, like plans for a proposed trip to Epstein's island and gifts he'd given her. Rumler has repeatedly said she regrets ever knowing Epstein and that she had, quote, no knowledge of any new or ongoing unlawful activity on his part. That's her quote. Out front now, K-File's Andrew Kaczynski, who has been breaking all of this reporting. So, Andrew, what have you found?
Well, Aaron, these new messages reveal even.
I'm actually happy because finally there's there's people who's actually resigning, because it seemed like everybody in the world was catching heat over the Epstein files. I mean, like, we're talking about ex-prime ministers in countries in Europe and around the world are stepping down. Like CEOs and all that good stuff are stepping down because they're mentioning the Epstein files. Just being mentioned, just having any type of cooperation with Epstein, people are stepping down. I mean, it's the same thing going on in the UK. We got government officials stepping down over Epstein. But for some reason over here in the United States, I mean, some of these guys are mentioned and, they're still walking around. We got some associates of Epstein that are still walking around living their best life till this day. It is what it is. And shout out to my man, Monty says, what I don't understand is, why are they complaining about victims' names being redacted when the victims are doing national news interviews? I mean, if it's them, then yeah, they made their face public. But if it's ones that haven't, made their face public, then I think that's the problem. That would be a big problem.
More details about Kathy Rumler's relationship.
Oh, and shout out to my man Gaming. He said, help the live pension to remove Pam Bondi. And shout out to my man Gaming and Monty and all the supporters. All right, let's make sure you double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, a relationship that, according to these emails, both of them described as a friendship. There are hundreds of email exchanges between the two. Some of the messages, they discussed Epstein's legal battles and reputational problems after his 2008 conviction. Other communications between the two include plans for a proposed trip to Epstein's island and responses to gifts he'd given Rumler. And since she wrote, quote, totally tricked out by Uncle Jeffrey today.
Oh.
Jeffrey boot, handbag, and watch. Now, in some of these back and forth messages, Rumler discussed personal matters.
Man, that boy Epstein was cashing her out, apparently. Yeah, that's something you might need to resign over. I'm like, you over here bragging about getting nice things from, child trafficking. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I can see why you'd have to sign, step down. XOXO. Yeah, what type of relationship did you have with him?
In her life, she expressed gratitude for their, quote, friendship, sometimes concluded her messages to Epstein with the sign-off XO and XOXO. There's one example we found where Rumler sent Epstein a message on his 62nd birthday in 2015 to wish him well, writing, I hope you enjoy the day with your one true love, adding a smiley face. Epstein replied with a raunchy note and an apparent reference to masturbation, writing, they say men usually give a name to their penis, as it would be inappropriate to make love to a total stranger. Now, after receiving Epstein's racy reply,
I'm sorry. The only thing that made me laugh, though, was like, the men usually give names to their penis. And I'm just sitting there like, wait, what? Dude, what are you talking about? I ain't never know it. Never mind. I'm not even going to get it. I'm sorry. That was just too funny, though. Like, what, bro? What do you mean?
Rumler responded, hard to believe
maybe it's just me.
An open question about whether men are the inferior gender.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So
hold on, go back. Hard to believe that there is still an open question about whether men are here or is the inferior gender. Oh, yeah, she probably effed up with that one.
The inferior gender.
Okay. So what has Rumler said about this message?
Well, Aaron, we asked them about that, and they referred this exchange. Rumler and her communications team referred CNN's questions about this to her attorney, Tom Clare, and this is what he told us. He said, quote, "The fact is, Ms. Rumler does not make any statement about Epstein's penis. She does not reference it. She does not joke about it. She does not banter with Epstein about it. She does not accede to Epstein's unsolicited, gratuitous remarks about men and their penises, nothing. Her participation in the entire exchange I think he meant is limited to wishing Epstein a happy birthday, ridiculing Epstein for the remark, and exiting the exchange."
Okay, so the files also reveal new details about how Rumler advised Epstein regarding some of his legal and reputational problems. So what more can you tell us about that tonight?
Well, yeah, that's right, Aaron. In one exchange from February 2015, Rumler addressed a Crimes Victims' Rights Act lawsuit brought by Epstein's accusers. That's the lawsuit which sought to reopen his so-called sweetheart plea deal from 2008. Rumler wrote to Epstein, "I told you that the CVRA case is about money." And in another message after inquiring about which lawyer was handling the case, Rumler wrote, "Victims' rights, my ass." In another message from July 2015, Rumler forwarded Epstein a New York Times story which featured critics of sex offender registries like the one Epstein had been listed on for years by then. Did you see the New York Times story, Ray? Misapplication of sex offender registry. Thinking about whether they're...
I ain't gonna lie, she cooked. She's cooked. There ain't really nothing you could do for her. There is nothing you can do for that one. I don't even know what to tell you yet. I see why she stepped down. Like, you can sit here and be like, oh, well, you can sit here and play innocent. But when we read the emails, I don't know about that. I can't sit there and even give her any real excuse. And I'm usually a pretty charitable guy. I don't like to assume duplicity, but yeah. She's cooked. She's cooked. It makes sense why she stepped down. There is really no good defense for this. And shout out to my man Monty, one for the baller alert. Appreciate the support, my brother. And he says, Biden did, well, first off, did I read Jets out? Because he said AG since 06 did nothing. Y'all ain't, he said y'all ain't. They called out too. Yeah, so AG since 06 did nothing. Why ain't y'all called them out too? Like, that's actually a good point. But let's be real, though. It didn't gain popularity until, like, 2016, like when he got arrested under Trump. That's when everybody started catching on to Epstein. So at that point, everything's getting shifted towards the Trump administration and the Biden administration at that point, due to the fact that it gained like nationwide, damn near worldwide popularity. And shout out to my man Monty. He says, Biden didn't even acknowledge they even existed. Must have felt great. I guess they sure weren't pardoning them. Parading them around in the news. Then it's almost like they don't care about the victims. They just want to put the orange man bad hoax. I mean, that's true. They was honestly with Biden, under Biden, it was all about Trump's a pedo, he's the devil, and all this good stuff. It's all about Trump. And they never really mentioned how deep the files actually got. Under the Trump administration, I mean, like I said, Trump never really promised it, but Lord knows Cash Patel did, and then Bongino, Pam Bondi, they said they were on it, and they completely sold us on that one. Now, of course, in my opinion, some arm turning had to be done to get them to release it, but we got it. And trust me, I get the argument. It's like, this has been going on for years, like decades. We just can't put this all in the Trump administration, and you're right. But the problem is, though, we voted for the Trump administration to be different, and they're doing the same thing as the previous administrations. And that's the problem.
There is an opportunity there, Rumler wrote. Now, a spokesperson for Rumler told CNN in a statement that Epstein, quote, sought informal advice, and she provided feedback based on her understanding at the time without any formal involvement.
Okay. Well, you also found emails that show Rumler responding to an invitation from Epstein to visit that infamous private Caribbean island, right?
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. According to the newly released files, Rumler at one point inquired about taking a, quote, day trip to Epstein's private island. In a January 16, 2017 email that you can see right here, Epstein asked if he could have a plane pick her up in St. Lucia to fly her to, quote, the island. Rumler replied asking, can we take a day trip to the island on Saturday, or is it too far? Emails then show a week later Epstein appearing to coordinate a private jet to pick her up. and referencing a copy of Rumler's passport. This trip appears to have fallen through, though, with Rumler writing 2 days later there was, quote, still too much risk in the air. Later that year, a topic of the island actually came up again in messages between the two. After Hurricane Irma damaged the island, Rumler mused about traveling there to help Epstein clean up, writing, "You know how much I like physical labor." It's unclear whether Rumler ever visited the island, and she has denied ever going there.
All right.
Okay, so what is she?
Yeah, does not look good whatsoever. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get into, let's see what they're talking about. Because once again, I guess ICE done effed up in some way. So let's see what the Dems are saying about it, or well, CNN.
Tonight, a pair of ICE agents are under investigation after being accused of lying about a shooting that happened of a man in Minneapolis. Last month, you might remember this story. The agents claimed that two men had attacked them with a broom and a shovel as they were carrying out an immigration operation. One of the men was shot in the leg by an officer. And when that happened, obviously it raised questions. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem came out and said it was, quote, an attempted murder of federal law enforcement. She accused the governor, Tim Walz in Minnesota, the mayor, Jacob Fry, of encouraging assaults against law enforcement. And also, the same day that she put out that statement, she was at the White House and said this about ICE agents in Minneapolis.
Every single action that our ICE officers take is according to the law and following protocols that we have used for years, that this administration has used, that the previous administration used. They are doing everything correctly.
Okay, well, given that, we've now learned the Justice Department has actually dropped charges against those two men. And in a turn of events, they are now being investigated because they are being accused of lying under oath about what happened. There's video evidence, apparently, that contradicts what they said actually occurred. And this is just the latest case where the initial description that we get from the Trump administration after a shooting like this has happened has fallen apart once all the facts have come out. Obviously, the highest profile examples of this, I don't have to remind you of. You remember it yourself. Renee Good, Alex Preddy, both accused of being domestic terrorists before we saw all the different video angles of what happened when they were killed at the hands of federal agents. There's also the case of Miramar Martinez in Chicago. Just this week, CNN obtained the body camera footage from October when the American citizen and school teacher was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent.
It's something. All right, they're following now. All right, out of the car.
Be advised, we've been struck. We've been struck.
Now, the Department of Homeland Security had initially said that Border Patrol law enforcement officers were ambushed by domestic terrorists that rammed federal agents with their vehicles. The FBI director posted, "Attack our law enforcement and this FBI will find you and bring you to justice." Once the evidence came out, federal prosecutors asked for that case to be dropped.
And as they were wrestling on the ground, trying to detain this individual, 2 other men came out of that building and started attacking him with weapons and shovels and brooms. And as it was 3-on-1, the agent...
Now, look, where's the video? Well, where's the video here? Because you're trying to say that, oh, well, they're being investigated because the video evidence says that something else happened, but y'all have not shown that video to, you know, prove that they were lying. So we'll see what comes out of this. Like I said, this is all being investigated. This is not a short thing saying, oh, they lied. No, they're being investigated. So we still don't know what's actually going on here. We still don't know what is I would say, what's the verdict here. So like I said, let's not just jump off a cliff and let's just say, oh, no, they were lying. They were caught lying. No, they're being investigated. Investigated, we all know what that means. There is being looked into. That it doesn't mean that they lied, but let's keep it going.
Feared for his life and defensively had to. 2 other men came out of that building and started attacking him with weapons and shovels and brooms. And as it was 3-on-1, the agent feared for his life and defensively had to take action.
Well, today, a judge dismissed charges against the 2, and 2 immigration officers are now under investigation. CNN's Priscilla Alvarez joins us with more. So what's the administration saying here?
Well, Anderson, it was the Justice Department that had filed a motion to dismiss these charges, which, as you said, have now been dismissed by this judge. But it is a significant development in what was a string of high-profile.
All right, and there's a problem with federal judges. I mean, some of these guys are protesters against Trump, and they will pretty much drop charges against people who are obviously guilty, or, like I said, who they feel bad for getting caught up in this immigration stuff, or, like I said, like undocumented immigrants. And like, here's the worst part: like, what, they send them to jails. The jails don't want to give them up. I mean, bro, we got judges trying to sneak these guys out. It's crazy out here. So that's why when we hear, oh, well, judges let them go, well, trust me, that doesn't mean that they're innocent.
Shootings where there were conflicting accounts from the federal agents as well as from the eyewitnesses. And in this case, as you mentioned, this occurred last month. It was after the shooting.
So pretty much the officer said one thing, the witness says another, and now there's conflicting stories, and the judge decided to take the side of, well, the victim, or the guys who pretty much the ICE officer said that were trying to ambush them and all that good stuff. So pretty much it was just the judge taking sides without really corroborating one side of the story, or out corroborating either side of the story. Remember, still being investigated, but he made a decision.
Of Renee Good, where officials claim these two Venezuelan men had assaulted the federal agent, which is what led him to shoot one of them in the leg. You heard there from Secretary Noem that they had assaulted him with a shovel and with a broom, but both of these men had denied that. And in reviewing the video and in speaking with eyewitnesses, they found that there was nothing to support the agent's account of what transpired here, which is what now has led to this federal investigation into whether these officers had lied under oath.
And shout out Toe. She sent the Rumble ran in. Appreciate the support, Toe. She says, funny how Trump was blocked by 3 judges from releasing the Epstein files. That's when he started talking about how they weren't serious and him being in it was a hoax. Well, yeah, we all know the hoax wasn't the Epstein files. That's when Trump wasn't talking about. He was talking about him being, well, pretty much a conspirator with Epstein was the hoax. And shout out to another Rumble rant from Toe. Suddenly the Dems wanted them released. Almost like he knew they would redact like that. Almost like he knew they would redact like that. All right. I mean,
I want to read you a significant statement from the acting Immigration and Customs Enforcement Director, Todd Lyons. This is what he said today. He said, quote, today, a joint review by ICE and the Department of Justice of video evidence has revealed that sworn testimony provided by 2 separate officers appears to have made untruthful statements. Both officers have been immediately placed on administrative.
All right, so let's see here, acting director. All right, we're gonna get into this. We're also gonna get into a testimony that this guy had to sit in front of, like an oversight hearing. Both officers have been immediately placed on administrative leave pending the completion of a thorough internal investigation. Lying under oath is a serious federal offense. U.S. Attorney Office is actively investigating it. Most likely, who's about to say. So, yeah, like I said, it's still being investigated, and it's the judge that's claiming that the ICE officers are the ones that's lying under oath, and they just took the side of the victim without any thorough investigation, while it's still thoroughly being investigated, by the way. But we'll see what comes of this.
Leave pending the completion of a thorough internal investigation. Lying under oath is a serious federal offense. The U.S. Attorney's Office is actively investigating these false statements. He goes on to say that the officers may face termination of employment as well as potential criminal prosecution. Now, of course, Anderson, we have covered at length the moments in which there have been conflicting accounts over the shooting of Renee Good as well as Alex Preddy, but certainly in some of these other instances. And this statement was notable because we were hearing from their boss, the acting director of ICE, who said that this review is ongoing now, and these officers may face termination as they determine whether they lied under oath over an incident that resulted in a shot fired at a man's leg.
How important is it to be able to trust what you are hearing about an official account from the Department of Homeland Security?
Okay, make sure to do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation. Bye. Double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support. May. Okay.
It's very important. It's important for our people to be able to trust their government. And obviously that, integrity and that trust has been completely thrown out the window under the Trump administration, from HHS to DHS, almost every single agency you can think of. The heads of those agencies aren't concerned with how we bring back integrity to our government and how we can ensure our people trust our government, but they just want to do the bidding of Donald Trump. And they also want to ensure that they're providing cover for everything they do, that they make zero mistakes, that everything that they do is perfect. And that's exactly what we've seen with Kristi Noem, that within minutes or seconds of these instances happening, she takes the social media to call these people domestic terrorists, when in every single instance that we've seen so far, there's been video unearthed that shows that in many cases the officers have lied. And I think it's obviously a huge disservice to our nation. But when the people can't trust their government, that is a sign of a backslide in democracy. And it's part of the reason why people like Kristi Noem should not be in these positions anymore.
In the case of the men where they said they were attacked with and ambushed with a broom and a shovel, the Justice Department has dropped the charges. DHS says they're investigating these officers for lying under oath about this. They're facing potential criminal charges. If the administration said, well, look, this is how we corrected it, this is how we fixed it, what would you say to that?
Still wouldn't be enough.
I'd say it's not enough because
I
we
knew
can't
it.
trust the administration to do
That's what I'm saying. It's like, bro, even if we hold them accountable, you guys are still going to say it's not enough. That's the problem with you guys. Even when we do what you ask, it's not enough. I mean, that's why like, honestly, on the right, we don't want to give you guys an inch. We don't want to let the Dems get an inch, because as soon as we give you an inch, you take a mile. And when we try to give you any type of like consideration, any type of like meeting in the middle, I'm be real with you guys. Yeah, it's not enough. Nothing's enough but a complete bending of the knee for you guys. And that's the problem.
We just can't trust them to investigate themselves, because they've shown us time and time and again over the last over a year that they're not interested in justice, and they're interested in covering their own asses every single point. From the Epstein investigation.
Bro. I'll be real with you, dog. And now this is where I play the what about Biden. So wasn't the Dems pretty much covering Mayorkas' ass, even though he was letting like child trafficking go on, illegal immigrants just flooding the border? And y'all didn't really do much to hold that man accountable at all. No officials, no nothing at all. I mean, what was it? Biden pardoning, like what? Blanket pardoning the January 6th committee, blanket pardoning his son. I mean, y'all ain't say nothing at all. And that was like extremely crazy. Like there's a lot of misconduct that went under Biden as well. And y'all did not say anything at all. So, yeah, I'm sorry. And then we let you guys investigate yourselves, and we just took it to the chin. And that's it. But here's the problem. It's like, if it don't go the Dems' way, they won't accept it. And that's the real issue. It's like, all right, well, if the ICE officer isn't guilty, then the investigation wasn't fair. If Alex Pretty's shooters aren't all fired and all this good stuff, and all of them don't go to jail, failed investigation. If it don't go their way, then that means something must have went wrong. I mean, I don't see how you guys do not think there's a problem thinking like that. Like, you don't see the problem in thinking like that. Like, if it don't go your way, then everything went wrong. So basically, you guys can never be wrong then.
To ICE and DHS and what's going on. And it's part of the reason why one of our demands, we have to have external investigations of all these instances, because they're microcosm, they're examples of how really the entire department is completely flawed right now under the leadership of Kristi Noem.
Okay.
Who do you want to carry out those external investigations?
Exactly who?
I think that this is not a normal time, and usually it is not for the United States Congress to go through every single thing. But I think, especially in instances of some of these more high-profile ones, I do think the United States Congress needs to open up investigations into some of these, because again,
it's already being investigated by federal agents, well, by the feds, by the federal investigators. I'm like, it's already being investigated by them. The problem is that, well, Donald Trump's president, so you don't trust anything that comes from the government now. That's the problem. That's why you can't even really tell you, oh, well, what would be a fair investigation? Like, well, I don't know, maybe if Congress, the feds are already involved. Well, they're just investigating themselves, Set. Bruh. I mean, the police investigate themselves, CIA investigate themselves. And you know what? I agree. That is a problem. But then we got to go across the board with this. I mean, bro, you let Biden blanket pardon a whole bunch of people without any investigation. That's basically him saying, oh, no, don't look into them. I already investigated them. They're good. Even though there's plenty of crimes that we can hit them up for. I'm sorry. It is really hard to hear you guys on this, because like I said, it does seem that if the verdict don't go your way, then you feel like something went wrong, or something must have went wrong. And that's just not true. Like, I promise you, if these ICE officers get proven innocent and they didn't lie, and the victims get proven the ones that's lie, you guys are going to say that something went wrong. I don't even know how we talk to people like y'all.
They are examples and microcosms that really expand out to what we're seeing across the entire country right now. And so I do think the Oversight Committee would be a committee to do that.
Obviously, ICE funding and the Department of Homeland Security funding overall has become a huge sticking point on Capitol Hill. They have $75 billion for the next 4 years because of a bill legislation that's already passed.
Yep.
I think given that, some people might ask, how do you explain a vote that doesn't actually block that ICE funding because they already have it? It would block money to pay TSA agents, FEMA workers, Coast Guard members. I mean, obviously people that would be indirectly or directly affected, not intentionally so, but they would be directly affected by this. How would you justify your vote to those people?
Yeah. Please.
Well, number one, in the House of Representatives, the Republicans don't need my vote to pass a bill that they want to pass.
Bro, what are you talking about? Are y'all going to use the same lame-ass excuse, the same retarded excuse because it worked the last time? Democratic base, Dems, this is your fault. The fact that bro can sit here and say this retarded ass shit is y'all fault. Because y'all literally sat there, watched the Dems vote no to open up the government, and you still blame the Republicans. How does that work? Please tell me how y'all sat there with all the, claiming that y'all have all the logic in the world and said, you know what? Dems are the ones voting no to open up the government. They're the ones voting no for the food stamps, military pay, and all that. But somehow it's the Republicans' fault. Like, bro's literally talking about, yeah, we're about to go ahead and vote no to open up the government and go ahead and kill funding for DHS outside of ICE, of course. But, hey, the Republicans control the House and the Senate. It's like, nigga, if that was true, then we wouldn't even have to worry about you.
They want my vote. Language. They're going to have to do, they're going to have to go with the demands that we put forth to help change what's going on with DHS.
So make other people suffer in DHS because you can't get ICE. These retards. I swear to God, bro.
And ICE, if we want to talk about consequences, Alex Preddy, Renee Nicole Good, people who are being shot and killed across this country, and our neighbors who are being terrorized in our communities as we speak. Those are the consequences about of the recklessness of DHS and ICE right now. And House Democrats are using our power and the power of the purse to say enough is enough. The people have spoken. We see
okay, but if you want to cause reforms, then you got to cut ICE funding. And if you can't cut ICE funding, I'm sorry, you guys have been outsmarted. There's no need to make other people suffer because you feel salty about being outsmarted by the big, beautiful bill. Because that's what this is about. This is about them feeling bitter because they wanted to go after ICE. And I remember them talking about, yeah, we're going to go ahead and cut ICE funding, defund ICE. Then when they got around to it, they're like, oh shit. Oh, ICE is funded all the way up until 2000, for next 4 years. All the way to 2028? Yeah. I mean, y'all can't do anything about them. I guess the Republicans saw it coming. And because the Republicans saw it coming, now you want to take it out on the entire DHS, like, FEMA, National Coast Guards, all those good people. You want to hold them up, hold their pay up because of your disgruntledness towards ICE? You've been disgruntled towards ICE. And all these guys don't have nothing to do with them. That's the worst part about it.
After poll that people say this administration have gone way too far as it relates to this, I don't call it mass deportation, it's a mass kidnapping campaign of our own neighbors. And so we're representing our constituents by saying, no, we know that.
Fantastic. We are at the hour mark. All right, guys, I went ahead and posted the call-in link. Did I post in the call-in link? Yeah. Okay, I went ahead and posted it, the StreamYard link. Appreciate you guys for support. I'm going to go ahead and post it again in here. Appreciate you guys. Shout out to y'all. Let's go ahead and get this the next video here, which is Kristi Noem's press conference, since we're on the topic of ICE. Let's hear what you got to say.
For being here. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. Again, I'm Kristi Noem, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. And I've had the opportunity today to spend some time with some of your elected officials, some of those that are involved in election security here, and local leaders to discuss what we can do to make sure that we have integrity in our election systems going forward. I want to thank some of them that came today. Justin Heap is here. He's the recorder of Maricopa County. I want to thank him for sharing some wisdom with me on what we can do to partner together. Also, State Representative John Gillette of the 30th District is here too. And I want to thank you.
Hey, shout out to my man Ham. He sent in a 10. He had too much to say. Just want to show some support. I appreciate that. Also, I probably would want some of your, since you're in the law field, I kind of want a little bit of your advice on, how the legal proceedings are going with this whole ICE thing. Because like I said, it just came out. So I didn't even have time to look into the court documents or anything like that. It just came out of nowhere.
him for all of the information that he shared with me. Jennifer Wright is the former Assistant Arizona Attorney General for the Elections Unit, and she's here as well and shared her wisdom and work over the years to make sure that when people go to vote in an election, that they can trust that that vote counted and that they had the chance to cast their support behind the candidate that they wanted to. You know, at the end of the Constitutional Convention in 1787, Benjamin Franklin was asked out on the street by a woman what kind of a government that we would have. And he replied to her, "A republic, ma'am, if you can keep it." And that's what our job is. For 250 years, it's been our American duty to maintain our republic and to make sure that our elections are secure. Republics depend on the confidence of their citizens, that when they vote, that their vote matters, that it counts. And our elections are essential to make sure that that confidence stays there, that they know and trust that the system is fair. Since returning to office, President Trump has made election integrity a priority. He's made it a cornerstone of his Make America Great Again agenda. And the truth is that our election system needs a lot of work. From state to state throughout the country, we see challenges.
I mean, we know that, but for some reason, you know, Dems want to make an argument about racism or it keeps women from voting. I'm like,
hey, Set.
please.
Hey, Set.
Yo.
Do you have an ID card?
Yeah.
Do you have a birth certificate?
Yeah. Well, shit, I better.
Do you have a passport?
Yeah.
You have a passport, a birth certificate, and I'm assuming you have a social security card.
Bro, I had like all of this stuff. Like, bro.
Hold on. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten a job before?
Yeah.
Have you ever bought alcohol before?
Of course.
Have you ever flown on a plane before?
For sure.
Have you ever rented a house, bought a house, leased a car? Oh. So through all that oppression of needing to show an ID, you're still here. I commend you, sir. I commend you. I'm surprised you have not died because of your own stupidity on how to get an ID. The black folk just don't know how to do it, man. You're a smart one, I guess.
Like, bro, even when I was living in the hood, it was just like, bro, I had a passport and ID when I was in there. I was like, wait, what? That's when they're making these arguments. I'm like, are you, bro? People got passports, IDs, and bro, in the hood. I mean, bro, you're at least gonna have your ID by middle school because there's like a program
rich
to get kids. No,
are you're not rich, so you're not because one
Definitely
of the
didn't grow up
congressmen that
rich.
I have an ID and they said, oh, you need money to get a passport. Do you have money like that, Set?
It was only $110.
But that's a poll tax.
Wow.
That's a poll tax, Set. That's illegal.
So I mean, it almost makes it sound like you just don't. You kind of want to. It sounds like you want to make a pathway for illegals to vote.
You know what? I will go for, and Republicans aren't doing this, and I think that they should. If you want to mandate ID, which I think they should, you should make passports and birth certificates and all of these things funded by the taxpayers. It should not be a tax to exercise your right. I agree with Democrats. If that is their argument, then I agree with it. Let's not talk about the NFA and needing a tax stamp to buy a gun. You know, that's a tax on a right, and that should be unconstitutional as well. But we're just going to leave that there. You know, we got to get the Democrats to follow the Constitution one amendment at a time.
Bruh. All right, though. Let's go ahead and get over to Chuck Schumer. Because we're going to go ahead and listen to what the Dems got to say for a little bit. Because Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries both had something to say.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Happy Thursday. And let me get my notes.
Bruh.
Okay. So as you all know, from day one, I've said, unless there are really strong, meaningful reforms to rein in ICE and stop the violence, there will not be Democratic votes to fund ICE and extend the awful status quo that now exists. Well, today, Senate Democrats made that point absolutely clear. For weeks, we've been pushing common sense reforms, the very types of things that local police and sheriffs throughout America routinely follow. Today's strong vote was a shot across the bow to Republicans. Democrats will not support a blank check for chaos.
Bro.
This vote,
bro, y'all ain't, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. The blank check
They're
has already been signed.
funded. You
It's
are
too late.
grandstanding.
It's too late, brother. I'm sorry. They are funded all the way for the next 4 years. Like,
let's make this
you're doing this for
completely
nothing.
fucking clear. Let's make this abundantly and completely fucking clear. They are not defunding ICE. They are defunding FEMA. They are defunding the Coast Guard. They are defunding any agency that acts under Homeland Security, with the exception of ICE.
Exactly.
Don't forget that
they
the
can't.
police department falls under Homeland Security now.
Yeah. They are revoking federal funds for your local police department.
I did
and when
not know
shit
that.
gets out of hand, yes.
Yeah. That was like maybe 10 years ago.
Ooh, that's probably
yes.
Wow.
If you ever see a police car and it says nationally accredited on the side of it, all of those accreditations and stuff go to your federal funding.
Yep.
Ooh. Damn, they're defunding the police.
Yes.
Yes.
Damn.
Finally.
Yes.
Finally.
Those devious bastards.
And technically, the Coast Guard is a part of Homeland Security because if you've ever lived in Miami, you will know they do a lot of work.
The Coast Guard doesn't know what it wants to be when it grows up. It's been the military, it's been DOT, now it's DHS.
All right, but
I don't know, but they get great jobs when they get out of the military. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Right. Shout out to my man Jet. He said the same Dems voted no for the FACE Act needed ID.
Yeah, absolutely. They had to put their ID in the voting machine in order to vote.
Let's get back to it.
I honestly
hold on, let's get back to it. Hold on, let's get back to it.
I want her opinion as well, though. If they pass this, I would think that they should make identification free. Like, you should no longer have to pay $165 to get a passport or to get $90 to get a driver's license or a real ID. I think that should be free.
No, I think because remember it's state and local. It's so you should still pay for it because you're paying for the building, the operations. You're paying for the
but
operations.
your taxes are supposed to pay for that.
I don't want them to put nothing else on my damn taxes, okay? Because I don't appreciate gay dogs being researched. Like, let's just be clear. They doing a lot with these taxes.
Give us IDs. Take the money from that and give us free IDs.
Nah, because they too sneaky. They sneaky with the Social Security. They was being sneaky, and then they sneaky with the taxes. We done. You can't take no more of my taxes because I don't have a say-so in where my taxes are going. So
USA.
You're supposed to.
Exactly.
But all right,
well, we don't.
All right, guys, let's get back to it.
They asked a simple question. Will you rein in ICE's abuses, or will you vote to extend the chaos? Republicans chose chaos, and the Democrats, we refused. Republicans chose to put a bill on the floor that ignored the abuses, ignored the outrage, ignored what the American people want overwhelmingly. And they failed to get the votes to avoid a shutdown at DHS. As we've said for weeks, if Republicans want to keep DHS funded, they need to get serious. They need to sit down. They need to negotiate in good faith.
We don't negotiate with terrorists.
That actually reins in ICE and stops the violence. And I'm proud of my caucus. Senate Democrats listened to the American people and stood together with one clear, strong voice. Enough is enough. We listened to the American people and stood together with that clear voice. The American people are tired. They're tired of seeing these horrific videos. They turn your stomach. And 90% of Americans say they've seen them. The videos of Americans beaten, snatched off the streets, treated like they have no rights. These videos are reminiscent of what you see in dictatorships.
Remember,
Monty, he said he'll be right back.
I'm here.
Oh, shit.
Now I'm back.
You remember after 9/11 when they refused to show the video of the World Trade Center getting hit because they were scared it was going to spark outrage? Funny how they don't care about the outrage when it comes to, Islamic extremism, but they're all too happy to spark outrage over DHS.
I mean, Yeah, that's true. But let's be real though. More people are crying about ICE than the Islamic takeover.
But compare it to what it is. That is the reason they gave. And like on air, they're like, we're not going to show this anymore because it's just going to fuel hate and blah 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 blah. But you're going to show a video of a woman getting shot, getting murked on live TV. Get Alex Peretti getting shot on live TV over and over and over again. So you know what it does to the psyche of the American people, and that's how you're going to play this game.
Bro, it's all about sensationalizing. If they can sensationalize it to the extreme and get people to really go against ICE, I mean, let's be real. It's like the whole Islamic takeover kind of plays into the whole ICE situation.
It's absolutely a good plan, but it's very, very hypocritical. It's very disingenuous. It's almost like you should not take them seriously when they do this.
I don't think anybody is anymore.
People are.
I mean, after the last
Chuck is okay. First of all, remember when they said 82% of this people voted for Democrat? Okay, now we know those numbers are skewed because Alabama just did some research and found, I know it's only 3,000, but imagine if every state actually did the research that they did in every county. They found 3,000 people who were not American, didn't have papers, but they did actually vote.
Oh, it was Alabama.
So,
I watched that. The Secretary of State of Alabama was like, yep, and this is how they did it. This is exactly how they did it. A foreign national driver's license, and the voting machine rejected it, and they let them vote anyway because it's I remember that.
So how many states did that? So that means our numbers are skewed. We may not have as many Democrats as we think we do. Okay. Lots of people are coming out and saying, Chuck Schumer is literally talking about right now how the majority of Americans didn't want to vote for this, when even CNN is saying the majority of Americans
76% of Black Americans. 76%.
And all right, hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me get back to the super chats real quick. Then the video. Shout out to Toe. She says notes. I think he means script. All right, yeah. And shout out to Toe coming in again. She says, "What American people is he talking about? The idiots using their children as human shields while protesting? Well, God damn."
Damn,
the Hamas claim, like,
yeah, I mean that's what's happening. That is what's happening, and they've said as much. They have said as much. They're like, "Why are you bringing your kid here? Because it makes me safer." What? You're supposed to do things to make your kid safer, not use your kid to make yourself "quote unquote" safer.
But all right, back to the video.
Americans are tired of masked agents conducting warrantless operations in their communities. Secret police. They're tired of chaos, secrecy, and zero accountability. That is not what law and order looks like. And Republicans simply cannot pretend that this outrage does not exist.
It doesn't.
It's their responsibility now to step forward, heed the calls of the American people, and work with us to pass real reform. The path forward is simple. Negotiate serious guardrails that protect Americans, that rein in ICE, and stop the violence. Americans are watching what's happened in neighborhood after neighborhood across the country. They know it's wrong, they know it's excessive, and they want Congress, the Senate, to fix it. Senate Democrats showed up today for Americans. We did what they're asking. We did our job today. Now, Republicans have to do theirs. And as you know, we have asked for very simple objectives that is overwhelmingly supported by the American people and by a very good chunk of Republicans. I've looked at the polling data.
Are you talking about voter ID?
Republicans don't support it. They must like what ICE is doing. Lord knows why.
I do.
Non-MAGA Republicans, about 35-40% of Republicans support us. The public is crying out for change. Ready for questions?
Okay, what about the other percent, Chuck?
Yeah, I know. Hey, we do not matter. All that matters is dissenters. Okay, if you're speaking up, Rice, your voice does not matter. All we're hearing is FIs, apparently. Because that was crazy how he did put it. He's like 30. Like, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well,
35% of Americans support it. Okay.
What about the rest?
Whoa. 35% of America. I would have to ask him, like, bro, what is the sample size of that like poll you got there? Like, how out of how many
I've
people?
never been asked how I felt about it. So
Me neither. I mean, can y'all start sending out nationwide surveys so we can all get in on this? Because where are you guys getting this from? Where's my survey?
I don't know. I block them all. I block all of that
Can we
scam.
do nationwide polling with ID as well to make sure the illegals aren't fucking talking about the polls?
True. I'm crying. And shout out to my man James Foley. He said it was the it was the Jew the whole time.
Oh my God.
Schumer too. Well, god damn.
You know what? I'm ready to propose something if you're willing to hear me out, Set.
Sure.
We all get this voter ID thing passed, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they conduct polling. Once a month, the federal government can put out a poll. It's not a vote, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it can judge American sentiment. The federal government themselves can put a poll out. The same way you put a poll on YouTube. Should this happen or should this happen? Do you support this bill or do you support this measure? You know? And Americans can simply just go take a poll, and that should, like, before the senators vote, that way they know where their constituents stand, so that Schumer can't take this manipulated poll data and be like, oh yeah, see, they don't like it. They like what we're doing. That's why we lost the election.
Already do that with like Nielsen. What else is another big poll? Nielsen.
I
There's
have
some
never
few.
been
Yeah.
polled in my entire life. Never. Have you?
Nope. That's why it's irritating to hear from these polls sometimes. I'm just like, bro, who are y'all asking? I'm like, and then I'm like, out of how many people? Because not everybody in America voted. So please, like, this 34% out of who? From where? Like, because sometimes y'all just ask people on colleges, like dead ass. They'll ask people on colleges and say that's America.
Well, we all know that if anyone in here has taken a business class and you had to take the statistics, you already know that they, one, should not be reporting those statistics, and two, that's not how statistics is supposed to be used.
I mean, if you want to use it to, tell us what the political like atmosphere is on campus, for sure, but don't hit us with that's where it is in the United States. Like, that's crazy,
Right.
but that's
Because there's no way in the entire world that you would ever be able to get the entire United States to come together and answer a poll.
Maybe you make it a popular app.
I think you should make it a thing. Poll.gov, whatever. And you verify, you use ID Me, and you verify who you are, and you say, hey, yeah, I agree or I disagree with this.
You know what, Monty? We might as well just create the app at this point. We're gonna vibe.
Exactly.
We're gonna vibe.
Bro, we can vibe code an app quicker than Congress can act.
We're gonna create a voting app that you can release on the App Store. Everybody's gonna be able to use it, and then we're gonna sell it to the major news companies because I mean that's how you're gonna get it off. And there you go. Now they'll have a database that anybody can enter on, a voting database that anybody can enter on, and we can now get national public opinion.
Not that it would affect, like you're not voting directly for something, but you can give your opinion on something, how much you support it.
And I think that's what we need, for everybody to have access to, well, not really vote, but give their opinions on these matters and on a nationwide platform. Just like everybody in America can go on TikTok, look at the favorite video. Well, everybody in America need to be able to go on an app and vote on their favorite, not actually vote, but share their opinion on their favorite subjects or things that matter to them. Like,
instead of them coming to us to ask us their opinion with loaded questions, we should be able to go there, because one you're soliciting. Wow, I can't talk. You're soliciting responses by people.
Yeah.
The other one is open for anybody.
I would say this, the way my mind is looking at it is that, all right, let's say we are asking about, do you support ICE? Well, I should be able to go to an app and see that there was like 15, 30 million Americans that voted on this, and this is where it ended up at. Not, we asked people at this university and that university and this website that, only liberals go to.
We polled 300 people.
Yeah, and this is the national opinion. It's like, nah, we're not hearing that.
Yeah, you'd be shocked at a lot of the psychology research that we have, where they did not, they only had like 6,000 people
The
and they're
biggest
like
poll
putting
I've
the
ever
information
seen
out.
was a Fox News poll after election night, and it was like 53,000 people for the exit polls. That is not significantly significant. That is a point of standard deviation away from just being irrelevant.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Right.
50, and that's a lot of people. But out of 100 million or 150 million, that's nothing.
And shout out Toe. She says again, what people, the same morons who believe that they would control all the clean water if we had a civil war because their state is blue on the map. I mean, no, yeah, you know what I mean? We are the same ones that flex about being taxed more, saying, "Oh, well, we produce more revenue." Yeah, because you guys get taxed more. That's not nothing to brag about, but okay.
But like California literally can't even water its own grass. They think they're going to control this clean water. So all we got to do is block up the Hoover Dam, and you're screwed.
Man, all right, go back to it.
You're gonna see new videos fight for the Hoover.
All right, let's get back to it.
Questions? Yes.
Is there anything in what the White House sent over that you can find common ground on? And also, what kind of message does it send to you that the White House is willing to engage on the policy?
Well, look, first, I'm not going to negotiate in public and get into the details. But second, their proposal is not serious, plain and simple. It's very far apart from what we need.
But what's unserious?
Yes, I said I'm not negotiating in public.
What is in the White House proposal?
Again, I'm not negotiating in public. You can ask them. They sent it to us privately. Yes.
Fund DHS, but take out funding for ICE and CBP?
No, the way to do this, it's very simple. We should fund the whole package. All the Republicans have to do is meet our requests here and negotiate in a serious way, and we can pass the whole thing. Yes.
What's your message to federal workers who now are not certain that TSA, Coast Guard, FEMA, when they're going to get a paycheck next or be able to call into work?
Talk to the Republicans.
Bro,
okay?
You're shutting it down. You're the one shutting it down. Y'all the ones that are saying no. To sit there and say, well, talk to the Republicans. Bro, that's why everybody's talking to you guys, because you're the ones who are asking. You're the ones who wanted to shut it down. The Republicans don't want to shut down DHS because of ICE. You guys do. So you can't sit there and say, oh, ask the Republicans. Like, bro, it's the same strategy you guys used for the last shutdown. Blame the Republicans for what you guys are voting no on. Great.
Ready to fund everything. We're ready to have good, serious proposals supported by the American people. They're not. They're sort of dug in the ground, and they're not moving forward. Yes.
Why risk, as you said, Coast Guard, TSA, all them, the Republicans have already pre-funded ICE to $75 billion. ICE is still going to be
Ask the Republicans, okay? And go look at the funding streams that are available for other areas as well. But just ask the Republicans. They're the ones holding this up. We're on the side of the American people. We showed today overwhelmingly. I think the Republicans thought, I think they were surprised until yesterday that we would have a strong, unified vote. And our caucus is passionate about this. If you sat in our caucus meetings, you'd see how strongly people feel. And you know who are among the strongest? Some of the very people who didn't vote with us last time. You've heard them. They've put out their statements. Yes.
Schumer, can you say with whom you're negotiating with at the White House? And is Stephen Miller involved in these talks, given his views on ICE?
Look, we're negotiating with the White House legislative people, and they bring in other people in. Yes.
You guys have a proposal or a counter proposal coming this weekend. How do you see the next week and a half going when you guys are on recess?
Well, again, well, look, every one of the people negotiating on our side will be available 24/7 to go forward. But what we're waiting for is, again, the White House to get serious and the Republicans to get serious. For whatever reason, they are stuck in a position that is not serious, will not end the violence, and will not rein in ICE. And again, ask them, why are they opposed to simple things like no roving patrol, like ending the roving patrols? Warrants, you ever hear of that?
I mean, ending the roving patrol so they can't go out there and search for the undocumented that you guys let in here recklessly. I mean, do you hear yourself? But like I said, man, look, Republicans trying to clean up y'all mess, and y'all over here sitting here crying about them cleaning it up. This is amazing to hear.
it for warrants across the board. The average American knows.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
You don't knock on a door and go into a house without a warrant. Are they against accountability, where somebody in some outside group has an ability to look and see if there's been abuses? And ICE is a terribly abusive force. You've all seen it. Are they against masks? I'm gonna
be real with you. Yeah, they gotta wear masks because you guys, you specifically, not Chuck Schumer specifically, but there are radical leftists who are out there trying to dox them, find out who they are, and go after their family. And I'm gonna keep bringing this up. That's what happened with the whole Don Lemon and church situation. He found out an ICE officer went to this church and they went in there and harassed the churchgoers. This is why they wear a mask. And if you guys can't understand that, then you're just being dishonest. Like, honestly, you're being disingenuous.
Being off and people not having identity. What is going on here? Why are they so adamant in a position that is so against the Constitution and against what the American people, even a vast chunk of Republicans, are demanding now? It's hard to figure out. Yes.
Wow.
The House, as you know, has already canceled Codel's delegation. Is it appropriate that Senate Democrats are still planning on going, just in case there is a deal, they would not be able to come?
Let me tell you, everyone will be available anytime. If we break the barrier of Republicans not negotiating seriously, and we can come to an agreement that is serious, and as I said, that reins in ICE and that ends the violence, everyone will be back. Everyone. And they said that at our caucus today, and be available. Yes.
Schumer, to what extent are the public opinion shifts you mentioned driving your negotiating position? Do you feel validated as a result of
No,
that?
I just met with a group of 30 Minnesotans. They just came to my office. That's what's motivating us. When you hear what's happening, it's not America. I mean, I was sick one of the videos I watched, not even the videos of the two people who were killed, but how they treated a woman and pulled her out of the car and threw her to the ground and kicked her.
I mean, well, be real with you. Most likely that woman was obstructing and didn't want to follow the orders of law enforcement. And once you cross that line, they kind of get rough with you. I'm just going to be real with you. Trust me. I kind of know from experience. I mean, you know, when you kind of get rough with them, you want to give them an attitude. When you want to run from them, just expect some rough treatment. I thought this was common sense, but apparently people don't know that. Well, surprise, surprise. That's how it is.
That at midnight tonight, DHS funding for the Coast Guard, for FEMA, and for TSA will lapse. Why? Because Donald Trump and Republicans have decided.
Wait, hold on. Say that again. All right, let's hear it. Oh, and shout out to she says, bless this man's heart. Yeah, bless this male's heart. Common sense ran away from you ages ago, Schumer. No, Schumer, you and your people are allergic to accountability. And I mean, man, ain't that the truth, sis? Oh, and appreciate to the support, guys. Appreciate all the supporters. Hey, Couture, you all right there, sis?
Yes, I'm trying to let you run your show and not talk too much.
All right, I was making sure you was good. But wait, did you have any comments you want to make? Or you good?
I just wanted to say, like, okay, so what hill are we going to die on? Because I think that people are really hyper focused on ICE and the mask and how they're doing things. But what if we start digging into the military? Y'all saw what the Delta Force did in Venezuela? They ain't tell y'all nothing, did they? Did they tell you they was coming? No. Nope. Did they tell you they was planning to come? No. You know when you found out they was there? When we all found out when they was there. And it was badass.
Exactly. Like, man.
It was badass. It was a sneak attack. But Delta, okay, so on Fort Bragg, Delta's on Fort Bragg. Mm-hmm. Even if you're active duty, you cannot go on Delta's part of Fort Bragg. It is like fenced off and highly secret. So there are some things that I believe Americans do not need to know because they're going to tell on us. How do we sneak?
I mean, shoot, what you mean? That's what the ICE watchers are for. They're over here telling on ICE, following them around on everything they're doing.
And this is why they don't tell us nothing, which I understand there should be some things that we should know. But at the same time, you don't know how to act when you know a secret.
Yep.
So you gotta chill.
And one thing they're also crying about is the administrative warrants. And here's the thing: the administrative warrant, there's a bit of a caveat to it. The only way they can give one out if there's been a final order of removal from a judge. So there has to be a final order of removal before they can go ahead and enforce that administrative warrant. They're not just going on there with just that alone and that's it. No, there is
Obama
a final
didn't do
order
that.
of removal attached to that administrative warrant.
Obama didn't do that. I just want to be loud and clear. Obama didn't do that. And I think that happened well after Obama. Listen, they was kicking doors in. They did not care. Okay. Yeah. They knew where you were, what building you were in, and all the people that you were associated with. They was kicking your door in whether you liked it or not. There was no administrative warrant. So Obama's administration didn't have that. I think that came after. But I understand why, because, the whole 2002 thing or whatever like that. And people kept saying, you need a warrant to do what you're doing because ATF and a couple other folks was getting a little rowdy. But I get the warrant, but, don't be sitting in an apartment with a bunch of illegals and they're illegal.
Yeah, that's true. I know they're your illegal neighbors, but you're putting yourself in harm's way. But all right, all right, man. Appreciate that, sis.
Good afternoon, everyone. It appears increasingly likely that at midnight tonight, DHS funding for the Coast Guard, for FEMA, and for TSA will lapse. Why? Because Donald Trump and Republicans have decided that they have zero interest in getting ICE under control. Wow. The American people know ICE is out of control and that they need to be reined in.
Wrong. Actually, it's not. We don't believe that ICE is out of control. We believe those protesters are the one that's out of control. We believe that the mayor of Minneapolis is out of control for not providing any type of crowd control whatsoever. We also think that Tim Walz a bit out of control by allowing the fraud. And then, of course, not bringing the National Guard to provide crowd control and protect these protesters. So, no, ICE, they're being overwhelmed. They're not out of control. They're being overwhelmed. What's out of control is the fact that you guys let these protesters follow them, attack them, block them in. And let's be real, you guys have not provided any type of crowd control or any help to ICE at all. Actually, ICE had to bring in Custom Border Patrol. And I'm going to be real with you, it was Custom Border Patrol to shot Alex Preddy. So if you guys would actually did y'all job, we wouldn't be here. But y'all didn't, so we are. It is what it is.
And Democrats are working hard to do just that. We believe that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for everyday Americans, not brutalize or kill them, which is what we've seen in Minneapolis with the code.
Yeah, I know. In Minneapolis, and I want to stick to that point because it's really only there because there's no crowd control being provided and they're letting these protesters obstruct ICE. You can't do that. That's what's going to get you arrested. And the problem is the local government is allowing it. They're not bringing in any local police, not bringing any National Guard to help out with the ICE operations or to keep these protesters back at a safe distance. That is not being done. But we're just going to blame ICE, the one who's being overwhelmed. All right, go ahead.
And on top of that, this is why a lot of people are leaving the Marines. This is why they're getting out of the Marines or just the military in general. When one person gets in trouble, the whole team gets in trouble. Well, nobody told that person to be a whole shite bag. Okay, you decided to come into the military. You knew that it was going to be hard. Either level up or go home. Why are you punishing me when I'm doing everything you asked me to do, and I'm at the top level? Of my rank and everything else. And now you're going to punish me because I'm part of a team where 2 or 3 people can't get it together. Go home.
I feel you. Just think about it. It's wow, just because these departments are under DHS and you can't affect the department that you really want to affect, they got to go without pay. They got to get shut down and have to figure some stuff out for their families. That's
the Coast Guard is like listen, if anybody has children and you want them to go into the military, teach them how to swim, and put them in the Coast Guard. It is the chillest section of the military right now. Right. These people come out becoming like doctors and surgeons and stuff like that. Okay, send them to the Coast Guard. They get to go to Miami and watch the yachts. Okay, that's what they doing. But I think, yeah, it's very nice. The Coast Guard is very nice. Okay, but at the end of the day, why are you punishing the TSA already? Just okay. So when the government
they already got slaughtered during the last shutdown. Like they just got back to work and y'all taking them back off. It's like, hey,
why are you punishing them? And then they want to blame Trump. Well, TSA, there's a lot of people in TSA that are liberal and Democrat, but they already mad at Trump for that. And then they're already mad about the whole thing about when he cut the government down, and a lot of them lost their jobs. Those are government jobs. Yeah. So yes, a lot of those like directors and top people, they're government jobs. They're getting paid by the government. Yeah. So at the end of the day, it's like, here you go again, Democrats, cutting TSA off. And they're like, but we ain't have nothing to do with that. We're at the airport.
No, here's the worst part about it. No, the fact that they're able to cut off TSA, and I guarantee you, liberals in TSA will still vote for these Democrats. And I'm like, you know, they should have your pay twice. Try to blame the Democrat, try to blame the Republicans. Didn't get nothing from them.
No,
but here they are trying to take your pay away again. And
absolutely, especially in Chicago.
Gonna sit there and be like, all right, we can't let you sit to blame it on the Republicans twice now. Now y'all doing it twice, and y'all not even going to get what y'all want.
And go do some research, because clearly especially because there's a lot of military people in TSA. So at some point they got to come and wake up and be like, the Coast Guard, why are you cutting them off? Like what? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, hold on. Shout out to my man, the lunatic libertarian. He says all centralized systems are failed. Hey man, he's against centralized systems all the way through. He don't trust it, not one bit. And I gotta respect that one.
I agree. Yeah.
Blooded killing of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy.
Oh God.
In this country, immigration enforcement should be fair, it should be just, and it should be humane. That's not what's taking place right now in the United States of America.
Can we get some humane treatment of ICE officers and not dehumanizing them? I mean, it's crazy how you say humane, but you're dehumanizing ICE officers, calling them Gestapo, Nazis, KKK members, like secret Proud Boys, you know, not the ex-veterans and ex-law enforcement they actually are, but you're villainizing them. But you want to talk about humanity? Really? When you spent the last, I don't know, 3 months demonizing a group of people, and you don't think that has anything to do with what's going on in Minnesota?
So Vietnam all over again. Vietnam all over again.
I'm about to say, is either the cognitive dissonance is that strong, or it's really just you don't care about these people.
They don't.
They don't. Shout out Tove. Said what Jeffy really meant is we are pushing everyone with our Dem temper tantrum because we aren't getting our way. Yeah, we are punishing everyone with our Dem temper tantrum because we aren't getting our way. And yeah, that's pretty much what they're doing. Hey man, F all the DHS. We're not getting our way. We're gonna shut it down. The Dems are the one who's gonna vote no on keeping the government open, but yet they are gonna blame the Republicans. I just wonder how to, man, because last shutdown was so frustrating. I literally had people debating me, talking about, oh, well, the Republicans run have control the House, the Senate, and the executive branch. And I'm just sitting there looking at them like, you don't know how dumb of an argument that is. You're acting like we don't need no Democrat votes to get anything done. That's how you guys are acting. You know how stupid that sounds. Because if that was the case, then these guys wouldn't even be bringing up these arguments. Actually, they wouldn't even be trying to shut down the government because it would be useless. So please tell me how that makes sense to you guys again. And while y'all think about that, we'll just play the video.
America, where law-abiding immigrant families are being violently targeted and American communities are being brutalized. Dramatic changes are needed at the Department of Homeland Security in terms of ICE and CBP. Absent that, Republicans have decided to shut down parts of the federal government once again.
Hey, yo, this guy's messaging is elite sometimes because the Republicans, I really have to ask him. I'm like, so hold on, you're saying the Republicans want to shut down DHS or you guys do? Because the Republicans, I mean, everything's all good on their side. And I mean, you guys are the ones that wants like some type of change with ICE. You guys are the demanding party, and you're the one saying that you want to shut down the government over it. But it's the Republicans who are shutting him down. When let's be real, if we want to go what the Republicans wanted to do, the government would be open, not shut down. But we're going what you guys want. I mean, how do y'all do the mental gymnastics to justify this? I really wonder.
You know what I noticed? There's levels to this.
Levels of delusion.
Exactly. And I'm learning that, we have what's called autopilot on our brain, where you don't want to you don't really want to think too much. You just want kind of things. That's why we like consistency, because we just want things to kind of run how they run. I don't want to think too much. I don't want to have to, do too much work. And so, and so here's the thing though, social media is disrupting automation because it's pushing people to actually be like, you're right, I am I'm parroting a talking point. And because when you really ask them questions, like, you start asking them deep questions. That's why I like Andrew Wilson so much on his debates, because he will go hard on the paint. He'll ask one question until you answer it.
Yeah, that's true.
Then he moves on because he's like, you're not answering the question that I just asked you, because not enough people actually ponder on what they believe.
Yeah, it's like, you're right. And they usually just parrot a talking point. And because I like when he debates too, because he kind of proves that, you're not speaking to my point here. You're talking to me as if you're debating, like, I don't know what a Republican said on TV, but obviously you haven't thought too far past this.
Exactly. What do you think about this situation? And a lot of people don't actually think about things. They don't ponder about things. They just want someone else to tell them what it is. And then they believe it and they move on because they want to stay in autopilot, because autopilot is easy. It's comfortable. I don't have to do too much work. I ain't got to stay up too late. I ain't got to have conversations. I can just parrot. And so a lot of people are getting lazy, but social media is pushing people to understand you have to actually think about what you believe in and what you want. Because George Carlin made it clear, and I know a lot of people weren't born when he was doing his comedy, but George Carlin made it very clear, we're all getting kicked in the behind, yet we're arguing about it.
Man, I mean, well said, sis. Well said. All right, let's get back to it.
Question?
Mr. Leader, the DHS is a massive agency. It's going to impact millions of people. Shouldn't Congress be working right now to solve that problem?
I'm here, ready, willing, and able to have a conversation with anyone, anytime, any place. That's always been the Democratic posture. Mike Johnson has once again sent House Republicans home. This is the same approach, failed approach, that Speaker Johnson and Republicans took during the 43-day Trump Republican shutdown in the fall. Strange to me that they would decide to take a similar approach. It didn't work out for them. It didn't work for the American people. And during that 43-day government shutdown, we made one consistent demand: extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. And then the end of it, when it was all said and done, one thing happened in the House of Representatives. We passed a 3-year extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits. The failed strategy of Republicans, it didn't work out then, it's not going to work out now. And we've drawn a hard line in the sand on behalf of the American people.
I mean, the worst part about it, dog, was that here's the thing. Republicans were already offering to extend it, and you guys told them no. And then you dragged it all the way out past the expiration date. And now, yes, you guys actually got it extended. Thank God, by the way. I'm actually happy that they were able to get it extended for the next 3 years, because insurance premiums were definitely about to triple and double if they did not get extended.
If these folks keep playing around with ICE, these life insurance policies finna go up.
Man. And here's the thing, like people think I'll be upset, but I'm just like, nah, I'm actually happy they passed them. But here's the problem: you got to shut down the government over something that they were been willing to extend. But let's see here. Yeah, as of early February 2026, the U.S. House of Representatives passed a 3-year extension of the Enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies, often called Obamacare subsidies, on January 8th, 2026, with bipartisan support. However, the legislation has not yet passed the Senate. Oh, shit. Hold on now. It has not yet passed the Senate, meaning the extension is not yet law, and the previous subsidies expired at the end of December in 2025. So hold on. I was right then. It still hasn't passed the Senate. He made it seem like it did. Well, let me see. Senate has not yet passed it. Okay, so yeah, that one's still in the loop.
And we're not going to allow the.
Hold on. You're talking about this as a win, but it's not even really a win. It hasn't been extended, honestly. Huh. So no, you guys, you didn't get a win. You still haven't got what you wanted from the last shutdown.
Well, the last shutdown, the reason why it was shut down is because they wouldn't agree. So Trump had already executive ordered a lot of that stuff through Doge out of it. And they were like, no, we're no longer giving tax money to weird stuff. Sesame Street in some country that we don't even know, where you're trying to like MK Ultra them. No, like American taxpayers don't want to do that. So so Trump was like, no, we're not doing any of that. And I'm not going to bring it back. So that's what they were fighting for, is to bring all that stuff back. And they were like, no. And so they did come to a consensus and opened the government. But you're right. I don't think they actually finished passing it. But the number one thing I remember us talking about, we still don't have an actual budget.
Actually, I remember the first thing they said is they wanted to undo all the big beautiful bill Medicaid cuts. And then when they couldn't get that, they were like, all right, well, now we just want the ASA subsidies. And they couldn't get that. So, I mean, well, here we are now, because they didn't really get what they wanted.
And they ain't gonna get it because he already said no, and Doge already did what they did. So America is already on par. Like, oh, so y'all just spending money on stupid stuff. And then now Minnesota and like people are like, oh, hold up. Maybe I need to pay more attention to C-SPAN.
Man, and shout out to the lunatic libertarian. He says civics is lost. Read the Federalist Papers and other documents that founded our country. Read the prime sources. Read the legislations and laws. Have accountability, skill sets, wisdom. Fuck these clowns. You know,
absolutely 100.
I do believe, bro. Honestly, a lot of what our founding fathers stood on is lost. I mean, bro, look at our foreign policy, bro. Like our first president told us, don't get involved with these foreigners because you're going to get dragged into wars for no reason that don't even have anything to do with you. That's not going to benefit you. And look what we did. Look where we're at today. And this is what the first president told us. George Washington. This is what he first told us, and look at us. I mean, we had other presidents warn us about the war industrial complex. Was it Woodrow Wilson? I think it was probably somebody else. But yeah, that warned us about the war industrial complex. What did? We walked right into it. So it is a bit irritating how you do hear about past leaders talking about, yo, don't go in this direction. And here our ass is la-di-da-di-da in that direction.
Nixon sold us into it, and then Clinton sealed the deal with the NAFTA agreement.
But all right, let's get back to it.
Congress to cross it. ICE needs to be dramatically reformed. Period. Full stop.
Mr. Leaders.
Thanks.
Is there a revised plan from Democrats to the White House?
It's our expectation that we will respond to the unserious offer that Republicans have made that clearly omits things that need to happen, including but not limited to our demand that the Fourth Amendment be respected, that judicial warrants be required before ICE agents can violently storm private property or the homes of the American people. That's completely and totally unacceptable. And yet Republicans refuse to adopt that position.
Well, here's the problem. Like I said, these administrative warrants are attached to a final removal order. So, yes, since it's being attached to a order that a judge put in, yes, a final removal orders by a judge on top put to an administrative warrant to enter a premises. I mean, look, we could debate about it, but that seems pretty good to me. I mean, there is a court order involved from a judge for this guy to be removed, a final order of removal attached to an administrative warrant. I mean, it is what it is.
And if they let them do it, they might be able to find them 30,000, 300,000, 30,000, 3,000 kids that have been missing. Okay, because you can't tell somebody you coming. You got to roll up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the SWAT told you. It's like the SWAT sending, like calling the drug dealers or calling the cartel guys. Like, hey, yo, man, we pulling up at 6.
We're on our way. Right. Like, grab up.
Like, okay, I appreciate it.
You got the map and everything. Like, we're 10 minutes away.
Like, bro, oh yeah, like, don't worry though. We in 10 minutes, about like 6:10, bro. Just prepare for us. Make sure you're outside with your hands already behind your back.
Right.
Like they're just gonna do that for you. And then when you pull up and they're gone, you're just oh so shocked.
Right. Oh no, they're not here.
Like, how? But like, help them. I'm like, okay.
Completely and totally unacceptable that Republicans don't want to see an independent investigation of ICE agents who broke the law. Our view is that state and local authorities should have the ability to investigate criminally and prosecute criminally any agent who breaks the law and engages in violence against the American people or law-abiding immigrant families. This is America. No one is above the law. And we do not trust the Department of Justice. Y'all saw the embarrassing display by the...
So, I mean, Akeem, then who do we trust? So we can't trust, you pretty much say don't trust the investigators, don't trust the federal government to run their investigations. I mean, then who do we trust? I mean, because we all know that these type of cases don't go to the state since it's involving a federal agent. So that's just not the procedure. So, like, who do we trust then? Because if you ain't got nobody, then we just have to depend on this to be an honest investigation. And that's just that. And like I said, it already seems that, well, if it don't go the way they want, they're willing to call it a dishonest investigation. But if it goes the way they want, then, I mean, everything's all good.
So-called Attorney General the other day here on Capitol Hill, who would trust her or who would trust the weaponized Department of Justice to actually independently investigate wrongdoing by Trump administration officials or by ICE agents? That's a reasonable demand. It's also a hard line in the sand. We also believe that the money that has been used to hire untrained agents who are masked, hiding their identities, brutal.
Untrained. I mean, all of them go through the training. Most of ICE is ex-law enforcement and veterans, and then the rest, and then the other ones you can just call like security or ex-security. So I mean, untrained. Now, if we want to make an argument on the ex-security, sure, but most of these guys are ex-law enforcement and veterans, so they're not untrained, and they're not Proud Boys and KKK members. And I mean, whoever told you that is a retard, and you're a retard for believing it. Okay, I'm not gonna be that mean, but you are gullible.
The American people is...
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, we also know that the ones who couldn't pass the test didn't make it, because remember, they made a big deal about that.
Yeah.
So if you can't pass the written test and the PT test, you didn't even make it in. So untrained, my behind. That's like saying that people went into the military and was never trained.
But it's put a hard hat on your ass and sent you to the Middle
right.
East.
It's
like, okay.
8 to 10 weeks, baby. You gonna get trained.
All right, and shout out to the lunatic libertarian. So Jeffries is correct. All of these systems are failed. They mention it all the time when they don't have control. Both sides do it. Just listen with care. Well, first off, wait. Now, what is Jeffries correct about? Because he didn't say all systems are failed. Now, come on now. Jeffries don't believe that. Now, if you're saying he's correct about ICE, no, not really. They're not untrained. So we know that's not true. So I don't know, lunatic. Like, it depends what you mean by Jeffries is correct. Because he ain't saying what you're saying. These are two different things.
Is an unacceptable use of taxpayer dollars. And we need to actually make sure that the money that's being spent by the Trump administration is being used to actually improve the quality of life of the American people. And so,
I mean, bro, where were you doing that under Biden? Because, bro, the quality of life American people got pretty tough. But shout out to Tove. She says, no, you had it right the first time with the retard. Hey, hey, man, what can I say, man? Jeffries, look, man, this guy, he just has too much TDS. It's like his main focus is just going against Trump, and he's House Minority Leader. I feel like he should be able to focus on different things besides just the F Trump agenda. And it's kind of ruining the Democratic Party if this is all he can do is just F Trump. And you're about to screw over some of his own constituents with this F Trump agenda. It's like, bro, it's like a kamikaze when it comes to politics and Trump. When it comes to him and Trump, he's willing to do a whole kamikaze. He's going to crash out every trip.
So there are a variety of different areas that clearly the administration has fallen short of doing things that make things better for the American people. Until that happens, fortunately, it appears that Donald Trump and the Republicans have decided to shut down other parts of the Department of Homeland Security.
Mr. Leader, just to be clear, can you just walk us through next steps?
I ain't gonna lie, that's gonna trip me up every time when he says, you know, even though we're the ones voting no for the funding, it's the Republicans' fault. It's like, y'all killing me. He's killing me with that one.
So are Democrats going to present another offer to the White House? Are you expecting another counter offer back? Or at this point, do you want a direct meeting with the president to try to close the deal?
We haven't called for a direct meeting at this point, but again, we're ready to sit down with anyone, anytime, any place, if they are serious about the types of dramatic reforms that are necessary to get ICE under control. The American people know ICE is out of control. They need to be reined in. They're brutalizing everyday Americans and law-abiding immigrant families. They're not targeting violent felons who are here illegally. The president made that point.
So, bro, it's crazy how we can make blanket statements like that when that could be easily proven. Like, bro, we can sit here and give you a list of names that the Trump administration or that ICE locked up that are child molesters, some people who've committed like very heinous crimes, like, I don't know, assaulting women and all that. So, yeah, to sit there and say they're not going after them is a complete lie. To sit there and say that, oh, they're not even going after, or they haven't captured, complete lie. You're trying to make it seem like they're only going after, well, just undocumented immigrants, when they're going after both the ones who commit crime and the ones who are here just, you know, illegally.
You know what kills? Oh, sorry. You know what kills me as well? They said this last time with the shutdown. We would love to sit down and have a conversation. Has anyone ever tried to have a conversation with a child? And you know, when we say we don't negotiate with terrorists, it's like you're not getting the ice cream. And it's like you're having a conversation with someone who will not bend, compromise, change any of their beliefs or thoughts to try to come to a consensus. This is what we want and this is what we want to get. It's like, no, nobody wants to sit down and have a conversation with you because we already know you're coming with foolishness. Exactly. So who you talking to?
Exactly. And they're not willing to pivot on anything. They're not willing to meet in the middle. It's just, and here's the thing, is like, all right, cool. They're basically telling us, look, if the Republicans don't give us our way, well, we're gonna shut down DHS. It's gonna be the Dems, but we're just gonna blame it on the Republicans. And our base is blind enough to believe it. So what y'all gonna do about it?
Right. And it's like, I'm going to have ice cream at 12 p.m. and you're not going to say anything about it. It's like, I'm talking to a child.
Literally. Ain't nothing we could do.
He lied to the American people. So it's my expectation that at some point, Democrats in the House and the Senate jointly will respond to the latest unserious offer formally, and then it will once again be in the hands of Donald Trump and Republicans to decide what's next.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. There are going to be workers at TSA, FEMA, Coast Guard who are looking at this and saying, I got nothing to do with ICE, but I'm not getting paid right now. What do you want them to know right now?
Literally.
Well, it's our view. We're going to continue to stand up for TSA.
How can you stand up where you're literally the ones voting no to keep them paid? How do you do that, bro? How do you reconcile that when you're literally the ones like pretty much telling them, no, we're going to take your pay because F ICE? And they're looking at you like, bro, I'm not ICE. I know, but F ICE though. So we're just gonna cut all y'all pay because you're part of DHS. It's like, nigga, like, bro, you see. I don't know. If I was TSA, I would be so livid with the Democratic Party at this point. I'd just be like, I'm done with you guys. Yeah, we're like, we're pawns to you. We're literally playful pawns. I'll just discard us at a moment notice anytime you want to go against the Republicans. Just fuck us.
I'm gonna stand up for you and your bullies, but I'm gonna take your money away so you can't feed your family.
Literally, don't worry. It's Trump. Stand up to Trump.
That's it.
Take a paycheck while doing it. It's like
that's it.
If that was the case, I'm pretty sure a lot of them would just say, you know what, maybe we need to be a little nicer to Trump.
Exactly.
But if it involves you taking my paycheck, maybe we need to rethink about this. Well, shout out to Toe. She said the Freudian slip, Jeffy boy, they are under control. And shout out to Jet. He says you don't negotiate with terrorists, or retards. You know what?
Retard
alert. And shout out to she says, correction, they only want to talk to people serious about giving them what they want, and that's it. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it right there. It's not about coming to the table and having a conversation. He wants somebody who's going to come to the table and be like, look, Master Jeffrey, I'm so sorry that we ever try to go against you. Please, we'll give you everything you want. Just don't shut down the DHS, Master Jeffrey. Like, that's what he really wants.
Officers and agents, we're going to stand up for FEMA. We're going to stand up for the Coast Guard. I think Rosa DeLauro has introduced legislation to ensure that other parts of the DHS agencies that have nothing to do with ICE or CBP are funded. Republicans have rejected that. They've decided they want to inflict pain on the American people. We know this is the case because that's the approach that Republicans took in the fall. It didn't work out for them. And now they want to repeat the same failed playbook. In the fall, they were trying to inflict pain.
Bro, it didn't work out for you. Are the Obamacare subsidies extended? No. I mean, what did you get out of that shutdown? Nothing. So did it work out for you?
Yeah, you know what, Seth, in this situation, I have to actually agree with conspiracy theorists. This feels like a simulation. Him talking, it feels like a simulation. It's like, what? Is this actually coming out of your mouth?
It's like, hold on, people actually think you're a respectable intellectual? Like, people really trust you to lead them with BS ass answers like these?
Yes, and it's like, it's so contradicting. It's like he's literally contradicting himself while just like pushing the biggest, craziest narrative that is like, it has to crumble at some point, but they keep they're literally saying this over and over and over and over again. So I guess repetition is how they keep you in the matrix.
Yep. I mean, look, they're saying we're going to shut down the government and we're going to blame the Republicans again. Our base is too ignorant to see past that. So, hey, they didn't see past it the last time when we had all our liberal pundits talking like, well, idiots. So, hey, it worked. And it did. I'm be real with you. There were literally people with that idea. Like, I was debating this huge TikToker. Actually, he's now on YouTube now, so shout out to him. But I was debating this huge TikToker, and he used all the same talking points. Oh, they control the Senate and the House and the executive branch. And when I told him, bro, then why are we even having this argument? Why are we even talking to you guys if we don't need your vote? And we're the ones controlling everything. That it don't make sense. But this is the argument that they were persistent on. And if they're gonna keep doing this, I'm just gonna have to look at y'all and be like, okay, so y'all are low-key a little bit dumb then. Y'all are willing to believe anything they tell you.
Something is going on.
No matter how much it don't make sense. Because this
something definitely
doesn't make sense. Like, Dems, please explain to me how shutting down DHS is gonna help with ICE. Please tell me how taking away a pay from all these other people outside of ICE helps. Like, explain that.
It makes zero sense.
But here this guy is with a smile on his face saying it. But all right, back to it.
And literally steal food from the mouths of hungry children by failing to pay SNAP benefits. That was the Republican strategy. It was the Republican strategy to try to constrain flights all across America. Again, in the fall, they were doing this because they didn't want to make healthcare affordable for tens of millions of people. This is extraordinary stuff. And now they don't want to get ICE under control. They don't want to make sure that taxpayer dollars aren't being abused to violently brutalize American citizens and in some cases kill them. So we're going to continue to hold the line on behalf of the American people. And it's on Republicans. If the Coast Guard shuts down, if FEMA is shut down, and if TSA is shut down.
On Republicans. Wow. But you guys are the ones voting no to fund DHS. And Republicans are the ones voting yes to fund DHS. But it's the Republicans' fault because they're voting yes to fund DHS. Does anybody hear how crazy that sounds? Like, am I the only person just sitting here just going like, there's just no way people are truly buying this? Like, all right, whatever.
They buying it. They eating it up.
I mean, son of a bitch, bro. I ain't even gonna lie.
I know, it's crazy.
He's literally just saying it's all gonna be on Republicans. Like, you know, DHS, TSA, FEMA, yep, National Guard, all of them, because Republicans are voting yes to fund them. Like, really hear what I'm telling you, because this is what he's saying. It's their fault, even though they're the ones voting yes to fund them. It's not theirs, not the them who are the ones voting no. It's the guys who are voting yes. I mean, crazy. And shout out to the lunatic libertarian. Anarchists understand when countering tyranny, unalivement might be the result. All policies are tyrannical. We need unity, not division. All policies?
I don't agree with that. And if you're the lunatic libertarian, libertarians have policies too. So even libertarian policies are tyrannical.
Like, even them? I mean, and they feel like you should do whatever the hell you want. So it's like, I don't know about that one. But like, I agree with you. Maybe like, all policies? No. But there are a good amount of policies that are pretty tyrannical. I'll give it to you, but not all.
DHS is shut down on February 24th. Do you think that Trump should postpone his State of the Union?
That's an open question. We'll have more to say about that next week.
When it comes to the line of communication between you and the White House, 2 weeks ago, part of your argument for why you didn't support what came over from the Senate was that Trump never engaged. Has that line of communication, even if not with Trump directly, improved at all?
Well, there's communication staff to staff between the White House and House Democrats. And we've reiterated again to both House Republicans and to the Trump administration, no one speaks for House Democrats but House Democrats. And if we're going to arrive at an agreement here, obviously it's important for everyone to be at the table. That's 5 corners. That's the White House, that's the House Democrats, that's the Senate Democrats, that's House and Senate Republicans. If we're going to do the types of things that are necessary to get ICE under control.
Could you just go back to what you said at the top about the judicial warrants? That seems to be just a real hard line on both sides. And I just want to back up and say it did sound like there was a little bit of movement yesterday from Leader Thune on masks, where he suggested the idea of, some with the doxing issue. It seemed like perhaps he had said, there might be a landing place, or maybe marrying some. I don't know exactly, but can you just go back to the issue of the warrants, and is there any kind of landing place?
Seems to me, based on the silence of House and Senate Republicans today, literally hours away from a partial government shutdown, that the extremists here in Congress know that they have a weak hand. Their position is very weak, and they can't defend the type of violent, out of control brutality that the American people have seen being inflicted on them by ICE, taxpayer dollars being used to brutalize them. So our view related to masks and a whole host of other things that we laid out comprehensively in our 10-point list of demands. These are the type of things that need to happen in order to rein ICE and CBP in. And we'll respond.
Bro, if we'd just give these guys some damn backup with the local police and National Guard, we wouldn't be here. That's
Well,
all y'all had to do. That's all
hold
y'all
on,
had to do.
but hold on. So Minnesota, remember, only 26 police officers worked there because they didn't ran all the people in Minnesota who ever wanted to be a cop. They didn't ran them off, so they didn't found other jobs. So they only got 26 police officers. Okay, so those guys got to do the 911 calls because that's what the mayor said, right?
Yeah, he
So
said they had like 600. I was like, you only got 600 officers. Like, what the?
I was like, that is why I have never heard that low of a number for such a big city. That is
Literally
wild.
I was like, bro, that's like Minneapolis, like one of y'all biggest cities, only got 600 officers.
That's
Bro,
crazy.
what? And then,
Yes.
well, we got good. Like, what you mean? There's no crime out here, bro? Y'all don't have enough people to catch the crime. What do you mean?
And they can't, and I don't think they can like conceal and carry. I don't think they can carry. I don't even know if they can have a pum pum. Okay.
Almost like the UK over there. But
Yeah.
shout out to the lunatic libertarian. The TSA is a result of the Patriot Act, which we agree is a tyrannical policy. I mean, that's the best example right there.
Yes.
Understand rights and property and not ideology. They have created a policy upon policy, trampling rights, right to travel, assembly, religion, etc. Now, you know, like I said, I agree with you on there are some policies out there that are pretty tyrannical, but not all of them. Actually, a lot of policies actually protect your freedom of speech, that protect your autonomy as a person, like all that good stuff. So we can sit here and say that all of it is just tyrannical. We can sit here and say that there are some tyrannical policies that we do want gone. That would be nice. We could push for that. But we just can't throw the baby. We just can't throw what was it the saying again? Throw
the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, throw the baby out with the bathwater. We just can't be doing that, okay, man?
To the latest that was sent over by the White House, again, it falls short. And by the way, the notion that Tom Homan or any of these other folks can just say things and expect that all is good as a result of it, no, we're not down with any of that. Every single change needs to be ironclad and part of the law.
Can you say, will your counter proposal, Democrats' counter proposal, go back today?
House and Senate Democrats are working feverishly together, both at the leadership level and at the appropriations level. Thanks.
You mentioned funding for the Coast Guard and TSA, but what do you say to those Americans who question the point of the shutdown if ICE was given 7 times their budget in the president's reconciliation bill that's going to continue operations?
The one big ugly bill is going to be an incredibly important part of the discussion that we're going to have with the American people over the next few days, next few weeks, or beyond, depending on what Republicans decide to do. The notion, and we want the American people to understand this, that your taxpayer dollars in the one big ugly bill were used to provide massive tax breaks for Republican billionaire donors and to give DHS 191.
I'm sorry. Lunatic libertarian, you funny as hell for that one. He's like, bro, have you seen some of these babies? I'm like, bro. He's like, that baby's ugly as hell. It needs to go out with the bathwater. I'm like, bro. Like, come on. All right.
Yo, Hakeem playing games right now. I just want to be like, Hakeem. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, first of all you're saying is that all you guys are doing is basically telling the citizens of the United States, it's about time. Maybe our tax dollars need to stay in our pockets.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Y'all need to get it together. Like, let's get it together. I bet you sit and have a conversation if you ain't getting your paycheck, because you sure keep doing it to citizens.
Yeah, I know, right? Bro, if we could hold up your salary, hold up your endorsements as well, you know, the check you get from APAC and the rest of them, hold up those as well. Would you be doing this?
Get it together. Apparently, y'all need to have a group meeting without our money.
Yeah, group meeting where you guys go unpaid, because I guarantee you, y'all get to some concessions. Then there are concessions that will be made.
Exactly.
But all right, let's go to another irritating light-skinned politician, Keith Ellison. No offense to my light-skinned brethren out there, but I mean, let's be real though. When you guys become senators, y'all become some of the most annoying people.
Nah, they know they turned up. They know they turned up. Like,
now, guys, this is going to be extremely irritating. This guy, I mean, the audacity on this man is crazy. But let's hear him out. Oh, and shout out to my man Gaming. Yo, Gaming.
What up, bitch, man?
What's up, douchebag? Well, all right, bro. Let's get right into it.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ellison, let me start with you. You're the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota. Do I have that correct? That's a yes.
Sir, you're aware of my job. You know the answer to that.
You're not going to answer my questions? Are we going to start this way? Are you the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota? Yes or no?
You know the answer.
Bro.
Mr. Ellison, you're in my courtroom now. You're under oath. So I suggest that you answer my questions. You the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the state of Minnesota? Yes or no? Let's try another question. Are you familiar with the $9 billion in historic fraud out of your state, including the $250 million in the Feeding Our Future program alone? You familiar with that? Don't turn to the pages in your book to get your potted answers. Are you familiar with it? Yes or no?
Yes, I am familiar with it.
Very familiar, aren't you? Because the people who ran the Feeding Our Futures program came to you in your official office in the state capitol of December 11th, 2021, and asked for your help in getting investigators off their backs. They complained to you for upwards of an hour about state investigators going after them, and they begged you to help them, and you agreed to it, amazingly. And we know you did.
That's not
because
true.
It's all caught on tape.
Yeah, it is
Every
caught on-
single sentence is caught on tape. Here's what you said. Let's
And
take a look.
obviously you didn't listen
said,
to the
it's not a
tape.
question. You said to them, send me the names of all these folks who are investigating them. You said to them, send me their names. And I'll take that list and I'll call the person over at education who's investigating them and say, what's going on? Why am I getting these complaints? Then he went on to say, I already have my team working on this. What day should we get together to discuss it again? You made pledge after pledge to them. You said, we've got to make sure this guy who's investigating them stops it. You said, you have my attention. I'm concerned about this. You said, let's go fight these people.
I actually
meaning the
watched this
people who
today.
are investigating the fraud. Why'd you do it? Why'd you help them?
Are you going to let me answer?
Please, we're all ears.
So first of all, you're cherry picking quotes out of there.
Why did you help
I
them?
thought you were going to let me answer.
Why did you
Are you
help
going to let
them?
me answer?
Why did you help
You
them?
let me answer and I'll answer you.
Tell the truth and I'll let you answer.
I will tell the truth.
Good.
Let's do that.
That'd be a nice change. Why'd you help them?
Now see, Mr. Chairman, I didn't come here to be insulted. I came here voluntarily.
You came here for the truth. Let's
I
have
came
it.
here- I
Why
didn't
did
come
you
here
help
vol-
them?
I
The
came here
quotes are
voluntarily.
here. They're
Now
in
look.
black and white, and every
Yeah.
member of this audience
And they're
can
cherry-
listen to the
and they're-
recording. It's 54 minutes long.
Do
It's
you-
all in public.
Does-
You can Google it right now and listen
Right,
to it.
and listen to it
Why'd
all.
you help them?
First of all, I didn't help them.
You did help
No,
them.
I did not. I certainly didn't.
You're saying you didn't do anything for them. You didn't.
Well, wait a minute.
I already have my team working on this again. That's not you?
I have
The
my
ventriloquist?
team.
Nice.
ain't gonna
So
lie.
that's not you. That always kills me.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. That's my state senator. Dude is straight funny sometimes. Like, oh, so that's not you? You didn't do this?
Say that again.
I
Oh,
said,
yeah.
that's my state senator.
Oh, it's nice.
Yeah,
But no,
he
this is
actually
actually
gets stuff
crazy.
done.
So this man was pretty much caught trying to help these scammers get off. When people complained about them, he was the one who pretty much shoot them away. So this is why these Somali daycares never really got investigated, or never really got any real inspections because they're sending kickbacks to the AG to get these guys off their ass.
Yep.
Okay.
Assisted with the information that led to the prosecution and conviction of these
No,
people.
you didn't. You didn't lift
Yes,
a finger
we
to
did.
prosecute him. No, you did not.
No,
You didn't
because
lift a
it was-
finger
it
to
was a
prosecute
federal
him. You had
prosecution.
BS. You had
Okay.
whistleblowers
But then-
come
no,
to you as
no,
early
you're
as
being-
2019.
You're the one talking BS.
Hey, listen, it's my
You're the one
time.
who doesn't know what you're talking about,
Oh,
sir.
no, sir. You
You're the
now have
one
encountered the truth and you
cherry-picking
don't like it.
quotes.
Why'd you take
You're
their
the
money?
one taking
Why'd
their
you
money.
take their money?
I didn't.
You took
that's a false statement.
$10,000.
No, that's a false statement.
$10,000 9 days after the meeting.
False statement.
You took $10,000. Here's what happened. They went to your office. They solicited money from you. They solicited help from you.
That's also wrong.
They came to your office. It was your official office. You met with them for 54 minutes. They asked you for help. You pledged it to them, and they talked repeatedly about money. In fact, it's all they talked about.
a lie.
Money, 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 money. They said, we will put our dollars in the right place. We will support candidates that will fight to protect our interests. You replied, that's right. They said, if you are securing your donor base and securing your power base, you can act the way you want. You replied, money is freedom. They said the amount of money circulating, I'm reading the transcript, the amount of money circulating in our community today is powerful, and we haven't realizing it in a meaningful way. And you said, give me the specifics. And 9 days later, you took $10,000 from people who were then indicted. It's in your reports. Why'd you do it?
Sir,
was it worth it?
Damn.
You know what? This is a theater.
I mean, no, really though, 10,000, bro. Like, come on, you obviously making more than $10,000 just from your salary as a political official or as AG. So
I was gonna say, so they just all lying.
Low to sell out for.
Yeah, I mean, he just lying at this point. Like, he trying to spin the narrative, but you can't lie on transcripts. So he trying everything he can.
Well, he is from the Midwest. Let's be clear. And he got good hair. And he light skin. So that's that ego right there.
Yo, come on. Chill with the light skin.
I'm sorry, my brother. You know
now. So Keith Ellison, the Attorney General of Minnesota and a former U.S. representative, has historically maintained a modest net worth. Compared to many of his peers, Open Secret data estimates his net worth was approximately $33,000 in 2017. And remember, this was in 2019. We got that 10,000. I mean, hold on, bro. I'm sorry, but what the F are you doing with your money? Or is you like laundering this stuff because your net worth is only 33,000?
I'm wondering he's laundering it.
You know, earlier showing similar or even negative net worth due to liabilities. I mean, so this man's just, I mean, he probably living above his means or something like that.
In debt.
Life built on credit. All right.
This is the truth.
So remember, he's not a millionaire, so maybe it makes sense why he'd sell out for 10K. Because I mean, bro, they probably know his financial situation. You're only worth 33,000. You're an AG, probably the brokest AG in America, and 10,000 probably to entice you. I mean, think about it. Someone like think about what I did it for Tom Homan. They said, "Oh, 50K to pay off Tom Homan," but Tom Homan's worth 10 million. It's a little hard to believe that a guy's going to sell out for 50K when you're worth 10 mil. But it's a little hard to believe that a guy only worth 33,000 could sell out for 10K. It's a little more believable.
This is what accountability looks like, of which you've had none. You helped fraudsters defraud your state and this government of $9 billion, and you got a fat campaign contribution out.
Oh, and shout out Toast. They said they're going to try and repeal the big, beautiful bill again. And you know what? Shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian, bro. How you doing, brother?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Because I know this kind of now we're going to get back to the video, but I do want to hear from you because this is going to kind of lay into your point of failed systems.
You ought to be indicted.
True. Well,
that's the truth.
I think we've made the point. Let's keep the 10.
Well,
just
for the record,
I'll ask how I
he's
want to,
lying,
Paul.
and that's the truth.
Oh no, this is all on the record,
no, sir.
Did you bother Did you bother to investigate where the money that you facilitated their fraud for, where it went? Do you know where it went, what it was used for, the fraudulent money? I do, because we just heard testimony about it yesterday.
Because we were key players in the
hundreds of millions of dollars to terrorist groups, to transnational criminal organizations, to the drug trade, to drug trafficking, to child trafficking. And you took $10,000.
That's a lie.
And helped them do it. You know, the other thing is whistleblowers came to you as early as 2019. Let's look. As early as 2019, whistleblower. Don't talk over me. As early as 2019, it's my hearing, pal. As early as 2019,
don't call me
whistleblowers came to. Well, I should call you prisoner because you ought to be in jail.
Well, we'll see what you can do.
In 2019, whistleblowers came to you in your office and referred to you fraud allegations from Feeding Our Futures, and you blew them off. Listen, your own state newspaper
That's a
investigated
lie.
it. The Minnesota Star Tribune, the Partners in Nutrition, brought its concerns to the Attorney General's office in 2018 and in 2019, and you did nothing. You did nothing for years. The only action you took is once all these fraudsters came to your office and asked you to get involved and offered you money,
Did not come to
then
my
you got
office.
involved.
They
Then
did
you
not-
took the money, and then you got involved.
They did not come to my office. You're completely wrong about
You
that.
met with
I
them
did
for
not take anybody's
54
money.
minutes, and you took $10,000, and they also gave your family money. They gave your family thousands of dollars in campaign contributions in addition to what they gave
false
you.
statement.
Let's put the
This is this is completely untrue.
the New York Post.
Yeah, we know the New York Post.
Minnesota Keith Ellison, AG, accepted campaign donations from individuals linked to the $250 million COVID fraud scheme after they were in your office. The donations came on December 20th.
Sir,
you met with them on December the 11th, and on January 20th, the FBI knocked over their headquarters.
No.
That's the sequence of events here.
No, it's not.
You've
the
been
sequence
right
of
at the
events.
center of this fraud
It's not
thing
the
from
sequence
the
of
beginning,
events.
and
It's
you've
untrue.
enabled it. And sir,
The false
you
statement.
should resign.
And sir, you should
should
resign. I was thinking the same thing about you.
Should resign.
I
Thank
was
you, Mr.
thinking
Chairman.
the exact same thing about you.
I'm sure after
You know,
intelligence
that's
shoot
how
you
I
are,
know.
because
That's how I know.
Yeah.
That's how I know that AG ain't. He's scared as hell because all he's doing is just playing childish games. He ain't really got no bite behind that bark.
Well,
All
no
it is
defense.
soft.
He had no defense, no evidence. I mean, bro, reading off the transcript, you're going like, no, that's not true. That's not true. I'm like, bro, this is
He
documented.
reading off post transcripts. He giving specific times, how long you met with him, what y'all talked about, the whole shebang.
Man, and I even had to go ahead and fill in the reason why he would take $10,000 bribe. And it just makes sense. Everything lines up here, and you're over here trying to pretend like we just don't see it. I mean, bro, you're cooked. You've been caught. Take his ass to jail.
It hurts to have accountability, doesn't it?
Because after this parade
It
of
hurts to have
lies and
accountability.
presentation,
Time has
I think you should be
expired.
ashamed for misrepresentation.
Time has expired. Senator Moreno.
Unexpected next witness. There's expecting somebody on the other side.
Or should I go on to Blumenthal? What
So,
it was?
let me ask,
Excuse me. I made a mistake.
I
I'm
thought
supposed to go to this.
And Attorney General Ellison, under your watch, unfortunately, Minnesota has achieved the largest COVID fraud scheme in American history. Under your watch, those whistleblowers who brought attention to the fraud and waste in your state faced retaliation. Under your watch, billions of tax dollars intended for unemployment insurance.
Number one in history.
Yeah, that's insane. You know, it's amazing the amount of fraud that they're finding out and the amount of wasteful spending. It's
Number
insane.
one in history for what?
Bro, what was it for COVID fraud relief? Let me see. Let's go back on that.
American history.
Mistake. I'm supposed to go to this.
And Attorney General Ellison, under your watch, unfortunately, Minnesota has achieved the largest COVID fraud scheme in American history. Under your
Wait, I mean, seeing that, I think COVID was, unless I'm wrong, unless we had another COVID event, like, I think that was the only one in history.
Dang, bro.
So pretty much what she's saying is that, y'all racked it up during COVID. And it probably might have been the biggest fraud that was going on during COVID. And I mean, bro, hella fraud was going on. Did you see what was happening to California's unemployment and what was going on with their COVID funds? They got $44 billion, and they said that 25% of it went to scammers, maybe more.
Well, it's just amazing. We have all these systems and we have all this money that just gets spent and pissed away and no accountability.
Yeah, I would say this. And no, actually, I'll tell you this. Some people actually do get held accountable, but they only go after the big fish. Like, and I remember I was reading up on the the COVID fraud, and they were catching people who are getting away with, like, I'm gonna be real, it's like $10 million and up. If you didn't go past a certain line of like stealing or a certain line of stealing stolen funds, then they didn't go after you. Like, there was plenty of people that stole $10, $20, $30,000, but these guys are still out today. They went after the guys that was running whole systems that are like that was being like multi-millionaires off the fraud. So they go after the big fish and they kind of leave the little guys alone when it comes to fraud in that regard.
Well, Yeah, the white collar crime, it's the what they would call nonviolent crime. You know what I mean? They
Yeah.
consider it, and it's usually fraud schemes of over, $1 million. And, there's PPP loans that were all fraud,
Yeah.
and then they were loans, and then they somehow the language got changed to grants. And it's like, okay, well, there's all this money, but there's so much suffrage. What the fuck are we doing?
Bro, with the
All
PPP
this.
loan, it was too bad because they were like, bro, well, first off, we don't know if all of these are fraudulent or if they're actual, and we just can't sit there and put them on these people's account. And we know there's been fraud going on, and we can't just hold all these people accountable. So I think that's how they flipped it. They're like, all right, let's make it a grant, so where it's not nothing we can be paid back. We're just going to take the L, and we don't have to go on out mass prosecuting people. Because I think they found so many people, it was just too much. It was too much. And then, of course, people's information was getting stolen in to use it. And they would have to, it was just too much investigating to get every person for the PPP loan fraud.
But yet again, we still have the Patriot Act that allows mass surveillance. We still have all these cameras. We still have but yet again, where are the statistical numbers where all this crime is being solved? There's prosecutions, there's people going to jail, there's accountability. We don't see it, especially on the higher level. The higher level echelon, when it can.
Now, the FBI did come up with what, like 100-year low in crime statistics, or at least in the murder rate. So there is improvements being made.
I would say that I don't see really any statistical improvement. I mean, it's pretty stagnant if you look at the numbers, in my opinion. But yet again, we have all of these security systems, but yet again, everybody doesn't have security. It's just like listening to Jeffries with his roundaboutisms and he's just putting out word salads of, oh, well, we'll mention the Constitution in one statement, but then in the next statement, we're going to trample your rights because we need the TSA. It's like it's all just contradictory statements. It all is. You can't have one without the other. And I'm just tired of them, especially these people that make $170 some thousand a year just on salary, and then they get book deals, and then they become millionaires, and they're quote unquote little celebrities. They get security for the rest of their lives, they get medical for the rest of their lives. But what are they actually doing for the production? What are the results? And it's just fucking nonsense. These people have no actual results of anything real positive coming out of what they're being paid for. It's literal insanity. And you have these people that grandstand, and then they get there, and then they get paid off or bought out or whatever. We see example after example. AOC is a prime one, going from the waitress to the politician, and everything that she ran on, she's basically turned her back on. You don't hear about any of this crap anymore. Now she has ambitions to be president.
All of a sudden. Yeah, but all right, guys. All right, so let's go ahead and get right back to it.
Watch those whistleblowers who brought attention to the fraud and waste in your state faced retaliation. Under your watch, billions of tax dollars intended for unemployment insurance, supporting hungry children, just as described, children with autism, providing housing for the most vulnerable, keeping small businesses afloat through COVID, and more were instead all of those.
Oh, and shout out to Kathy Cross for the bronze medal for 50 joules. Appreciate the support. And shout out to Saucy. Hey, shout out to Saucy for the bronze medal. Appreciate the support.
Dollars were funneled away into fraudulent schemes. So last month in an interview with CNN, you were asked if your office has done enough to stop the fraud. And you responded, of course we've done enough. And this is a quote, of course we've done enough. And we're doing more every single day. This is a political matter. This is not a serious thing. Those are your words.
Yeah.
How do I go back to my hardworking brother and my hardworking sister and every other American who's going out there and then sending their taxpayer dollars to Washington, D.C., only to have it squandered away in fraud? How do we respond to them? And how do we recoup those dollars from these programs that Minnesota should have been overseeing?
Shoot, we might have to find some of these countries in the Middle East, like Somalia. It's like, yeah, we know yeah, we know people were sending money to you guys through Dubai and all that. Yeah, we want that back, all of it.
Nah, you know what? Let's just go straight up imperialism, full regalia. Let's invade Somalia, capture the whole country, make them slaves, make all the Somalis here in the United States slaves, and we make them stay in bondage until they pay off the debt. But we put an interest hike of 35% on the debt that they owe us, so they can never pay it off. So now we just have a perpetual cycle of slave labor mining our ores and minerals and stuff. And nobody's going to do shit about it because it's us. And if somebody doesn't, some little pissant country does want to say something about it, we got 11 aircraft carriers, a bunch of nukes, and a few hunter-killer submarines. Come with your boy.
All right.
America! Fuck yeah!
All right, I'm not for that part, but what? I'm all for.
I mean, everybody wants to call America a freaking imperialist state and talk about how we do X, Y, and Z as if the taxpayers haven't been footing the bill for every other.
So we're gonna put temporary slavery on everybody who's done fraud? Because damn.
No, hold up. I'm saying, listen to my rationale. All these countries have a lot of.
I'm be real with you. I'm looking at a very diverse cotton field right now.
On me, you feel me, bro? It ain't just gonna be black people no more. It's gonna be the Arabs. It's gonna be the Mexicans. It's gonna be the Polynesians. It's gonna be the freaking Europeans. Bro, everybody can be a slave to the American engine. Matter of fact, the poor ones, they can actually go on the front lines. Don't let the Americans wash their hand with war. Let the slaves go to the front lines.
Bro.
Earn your freedom. 1776 Civil War style.
Oh shit! Okay, back to the video, bro. God damn it.
Nerds, thank you. I really do believe that you're sincerely, earnestly trying to look out for taxpayer dollars. And I'm here to tell you that, of course, we're here to hold people accountable who commit fraud. I've prosecuted and convicted over 300 people since I've been the AG for Medicaid fraud. So I'm with you when you're trying to protect the public dollar. What I was saying in that interview is that rather than coming together on a bipartisan basis to stop fraud, the matter has been turned into a political football, which I bet you probably would agree it shouldn't be. We should come together to protect the public dollar, and it shouldn't be somebody's campaign ad. What we should do is do it together. So what are we doing? First of all, you should know that I can only prosecute crimes that the county attorney gives me or that the governor assigns me. I do not have authority to just prosecute anybody I want.
Yes, and I am over time.
Okay.
Thank you for that. But we need,
I'm here to help. I'm here to work with
what we need is your governor then to step up to the plate.
Mm-hmm.
And any crime that needs to be prosecuted, it needs to be done. The American taxpayer is tired of their dollars being funneled out of their pockets into scammers' pockets.
I think you're right.
Senator Moody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing.
Say that lesson.
Thank you for the witnesses for being here today. I think this is one of the most pressing issues facing our country, and it is the most pressing issue facing our country because of what we saw over the last 4 years. On a conservative estimate under the last administration, 11 million people flooded, I would argue, were pushed into our country, sometimes done on a quota system under the Biden administration.
Yep.
All right, I got this system worked out. Let me cook for like 2 minutes, okay?
Go ahead.
So, what we do is, you cannot interrupt me, all right? I need to be guaranteed right now I can get my 2 minutes uninterrupted.
All right, go ahead, bro. 2 minutes uninterrupted.
All right, so basically, we take the FBI, the NSA, and ICE. We find out, how many people was given these loans and these grants and stuff. We don't kick them out the country. Nah, we put them in an institutionalized camp. Some people might call it slave labor. We're calling it market rate work. We have them work for us, doing the jobs that we really don't want to do. And in the event that America decides to go to war, they're the first to be cannon fodder. You want to be in this country so bad, you need to be prepared to die for it. And if you live, you should get to come back and be a part of the country. This would be concurrent with the two-tier American system. I mean, hey, you're not a Japan does it. If you want to be recognized as like a citizen in Japan, you need to thoroughly assimilate in the culture. Hey, what's wrong with America doing? You want to be American? Okay, assimilate into the culture. Till then, go pick my cotton. It ain't just for, anybody. It's for everybody. All of us can be some cotton picking fools, and by us I mean the foreigners.
All right.
Is that your 2 minutes?
We can also put all the American debt on the any new immigrant that comes over, so they'll have to, pay a portion of their pay. We could take all the American debt, assign them a portion, make them work it off, so they can see how we feel, and then when they come over here, maybe they'll have a little respect for our nation and what we do.
So
does that sound good?
Is this sarcasm? Libertarian, do you have something to say first?
Well, he already did it with the soundbite because I was saying, "Damn."
So, what's the point of the Bill of Rights and the Constitution if we do that all over again?
I mean, the hell with it, bro. I mean, we basically ain't got no Bill of Rights now. Foreigners get the lap of luxury. I mean, didn't you know just 4 years ago while I was overseas, slaving in the Arab summer, freaking balls sticking to my inside of my thigh, wishing I had.
Did you get lobster and steak?
Absolutely, and I hated every second of it. Meanwhile, I'm looking on my phone that's about 115 degrees because I stood outside in the sun for 2 minutes, and freaking El Jefe and Habibi and Hector and freaking Mbappe are getting like all expenses paid to the MGM Grand and $1,500 in food stamps and $5,000 cash assistance. I'm pretty sure they can become an American slave or serf for 4 years to equal it out.
God damn.
So I'm asking questions. I'm not putting down your idea. I'm just asking questions. So what if we just closed our borders?
We could do that, but we got to trap all the immigrants that are already over here. Like, the slavery part has to happen. We need some recompense.
So isn't the slavery already happening with the current illegal immigrants in the farmlands, etc.?
Not really. I don't feel like I'm being compensated.
Wow.
You eat lettuce.
God damn.
You eat lettuce, you eat tomatoes, you eat avocados, you eat.
What's that doing for my pocketbook? That's what I'm saying.
Keeping you out of your doctor's office to pay a copay?
No. So check this out. If I own me a couple slaves, I could assign each one of them to a different industry, right, and have them go make some money. Now, I'd be a great slave master. About 35% of cut, and then I take the rest. Yeah, they'll be living nice.
So, quick question: would they be slaves or indentured servitudes? Since you said you would be a nice slave master.
I'd be nice. I'd do indentured servitude for like 50 years.
Hey, the only thing that came to my mind was been pimping has been pimping has been pimping.
Right. I mean, why am I not allowed to feel this way? They done pimped the whole game out. The Somalians
You're
live in
100% allowed to feel the way that you feel.
Somalians live in the lap of luxury off my tax dollars. So, all I'm asking is for, you done ate. Now it's time for you to work. At my.
I mean, I voted for Clinton because I was upset that women were having children back to back to back with different baby daddies, and they were able to get up to $7,000 or $10,000 in food stamps and never had to work. And I was getting up every day going to work, so I understand your plight.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Well, god damn.
And as a matter of fact, we should lock the women in there. We should lock the women in there.
Hold on here.
He said pause gaming.
Wait,
pause.
no, I'm not done yet. So
Come
all
on,
the
you have
women
2 minutes.
and the
2 minutes, bro.
and the women and the deadbeat baby dads who don't take care of their kids, them the first ones that need to be slaves because they messing everything up for everybody else. I'm tired of paying for your child support, your food stamps, and you not even trying to help yourself. You out here talking about some, man, I ain't paying child support. That ain't even my kid. Whole time DNA tests showing 99% accuracy. Your baby mama just struggling to make it by. Meanwhile, you saying, oh, I can't pay child support because I'm struggling as you buy $400 pair of Jordans and a $60,000 car. Slavery.
Oh, be careful now because the red pill will call you a simp for caring about a woman.
I'm sorry. I have a wife that I care about and actually take care of my kids, and I'm a total POS. And all the feminists can be slaves too. Since you want to be slaves to the left so bad, there you go.
I kind of agree with that, but I do believe that your ideas are maybe just a little bit radical. And I do believe that all citizens can come to a place, not all, some can come to a place where the majority can make decisions, vote well, and basically what a Black woman said on Jubilee, I vote so you feminists cannot have your say.
I say slavery.
We can't do slavery again.
This time, it ain't going to be just on the Black folk. It's going to be everybody, bro. If you were born here from the time of 1975 all the way up until 2008, if you were born in the United States on U.S. soil, you have the right to own slaves. Pick your cream of the crop.
Okay.
You might handle the obesity epidemic. I don't know.
Hey, we'll whip him right into shape.
He might be cooking.
Little y'all work ain't never hurt nobody. And if somebody talking about my name isn't Vicky, your name is Toby.
Oh, bro. All right, back to the video. Because what the?
Got to get a little radical.
Some estimates have it up to 20 million. Many of those didn't even come through checkpoints. They just came across without any sort of checking in, without any sort of claiming, without any sort of process. And many, many, many of those had criminal histories before they even got here. And I know this was a hard question to answer, but it should be an easy one.
Somebody said
Ms.
shadow
Ellison,
ban
you are the
initiated.
Attorney General of the state of Minnesota.
It's a wrap. You're demonetized at this point. So we're going to keep giving you
What question is that, Senator?
You're the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota.
I of course am. Obviously, I was
You
introduced
didn't
that way.
answer Senator Hawley, so I'm just trying to get that on the record. I will easily answer. Not only am I the newest United States Senator, I was the Attorney General for the state of Florida. Easy answer. We'll start there. So I'm going to take us back to 2021 when Biden reversed precedent of Democrat and Republican presidents going back in modern history and changed whether or not they were going to deport people here illegally that had committed felonies. Do you remember when that executive order came out where they said very specifically they were changing whether or not they would be deporting people here illegally committing felonies? Do you remember that?
I cannot say I have a tight recollection of that.
I remember it because I
Let me
was the
respond
Attorney
to this
General, which
super
is
chat.
often referred to as the top cop or the top law enforcement.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Shout out to Toad. Says, Gamer, you want biblical theft punishment?
Absolutely.
God damn.
Hey, Singapore is doing some slashing right now. You get 5. You play too much. I kind
Hey,
of
bro,
agree with that.
if your animal straight up causes the death of one of my slaves, oh yeah, you either run me that money or it's stoning time.
I wasn't talking about slaves.
Wait, God damn it. Talking about 40
Chat, you're completely demonetized now. So y'all, super chats. Let's go.
Hey, yeah, shout out, guys. Make sure you guys support the show. Appreciate the support, guys, for those who've already supported. But damn. And shout out Steph. She says, hello, everyone in set. Hey, my friend, how you doing, Steph? Hopefully everything's all right.
White power.
Well, of course. Of course. You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and give it to you, my friend.
Oh yeah. There's powerful niggardry at work here.
official or prosecutor in a state, I remember it because I was desperately getting calls from sheriffs around my state saying, I have somebody in here for burglary or drug trafficking, whatever. They are canceling detainers. Do you remember anybody coming to you and saying they're canceling detainers?
I remember we had a robust conversation around a range of issues, and what we did is evaluated Minnesota law and shared that information.
And what I mean by that is under the Biden administration, Mayorkas and everybody that was working on immigration started systematically breaking down the border. And not only that, which allowed for the 11 million to 20 million people to come in, not only that, they started telling law enforcement officials around the nation that had in their custody people here illegally committing crimes, don't hold them anymore. We're going to abandon precedent that used to be done under Democratic and Republican presidential administrations, and we're going to stop holding people here illegally committing crimes. Don't detain them because that's not our policy anymore. So what did I do as the top law enforcement official in the state of Florida, as the Attorney General? I sued the Biden administration immediately and fought back because my law enforcement officials had the trust in me that I would fight for the safety of our communities. It just came out recently after we had to bear the absolute devastation to this country as it related to immigration and crimes in our community under the Biden administration, that the Trump administration said that we have gotten out of your state tens of thousands of people here illegally with criminal backgrounds. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I'm sorry, are you asking me if committing crimes is a bad thing? Answer is yes.
Trump administration said they have removed from your state 10,000 people that were here illegally that had criminal backgrounds. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I would say good thing.
If you're asking me are you asking me to rely on what the Trump administration has said?
Bro.
Why is he
Assume
doing everything
it is
but
true,
answering the
because
question?
I think you're going to debate me on this. They have removed tens of thousands of people across the country that are here illegally, that have committed crimes. They have a criminal background. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I agree with the general premise that we should remove the worst of the worst who are not authorized to be in the United States who commit crimes.
Okay, so if they're here illegally and they've
That means he
committed
need to be
burglary,
removed
should they
too.
be removed?
I mean, here's the thing. I mean, they just won't say like, look, man, if you're here illegally, you need to go. Like they always want to stick to the whole, oh, well, undocumented immigrants who commit crime. I'm sorry, but we got to go across the board with this. The undocumented immigrants who haven't committed crime, but coming in here illegally, and then the ones that have committed crime other than coming in here illegally, like across the board. So I kind of hate how they try to make it seem like, oh, we should only be going after one group. When no, we got to go after all of them. We got to like honestly have some type of standard to immigration law. Then what's the point of having it if we're not willing to uphold it? Like,
Well,
really?
what's the definition of illegal? You know, are they committing a crime by coming in here illegally, or are they committing crimes after they come in here illegally, and that is illegal? Like, what the fuck is the definition of these words that they are speaking?
It's illegal to come into the United States. The federal law is it's illegal to come into the United States without, applying. Because it's illegal to go into any country, including Canada, without applying first. So you need a visa, you need some reason to be here. And so it is a federal law that is illegal to enter a country, any country in the world, without first getting permission. So they've already broken that law. So then the Democrats said, well, we want them here. So now we're going to create some other stuff. 5 years, 10 years, waiting for them to go to court to talk about how they're here illegally. Well, they've already been here 10 years.
Don't matter. Send them away.
Right. And it's like, it doesn't matter. You still broke the first law, which was you came into this country illegally. Now, Clinton had a great, this woman, her name was Barbara Johnson. She was amazing. She literally went out and showed Clinton, if you don't deport these people, you are destroying the American citizens' opportunity and life to be able to prosper in this country. My father, when he was in between jobs, worked as he was a construction worker before he became a sheriff. He was able to go and get that job. I urge everybody, when you're driving around and they're doing construction, look around and see who's doing construction now.
Oh, I already know. Like when I'm doing HVAC, there aren't even HVAC technicians that are American no more. Me as a licensed HVAC technician, I have to compete with illegals.
Yep.
Well, and I'm a master diesel technician, and this is what I was trying to tell paramedic, is that, you know, when he was like, "Oh, well, do you know metallurgy?" Absolutely. I went to school to be a welder. So, and also went to school to be a certified weld inspector. So when he's talking about, you know, well, can you create a phone? Well, I'm also, when I'm a master diesel technician, that includes electrical, HVAC, everything involved. I also have EPA certifications in 608 and 609, which means that I can do high pressure HVAC systems, or I can do or transport refrigeration on trains or trailers or straight trucks. So it's literally the physics and the chemistry that you have to understand in all of this. So when we were having our debate, it's like, no, I absolutely know how conductors work. Can I build this device that we're communicating through? And that was going to be his gotcha moment. And I was like, no, I absolutely know how this device works, and I could build one and understand all the materials that it's made out of.
All right.
Yeah, and then check this out. We keep telling our young Americans to work with their hands because AI is going to take their jobs. Well, their jobs are already taken.
Yeah. They're using AI as a cover story.
Hey, use your hands this way too, Set. Use your hands this way.
But see, here's and that
Hey,
AI
Golden
thing.
Gloves, a boxer, fellow boxer.
2023, bro. I was 40 when I went.
Nice. And hey, man, look, bro. One thing I know about this man, Monty, man, is you call his name, all you gotta do is say his name 3 times and he pops up like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where you go? He disappeared.
Monty.
So
Boom.
no gaming. No, stop.
Oh my God, there he is. There he is.
Just because I'm not up here running my mouth doesn't mean I'm not listening. So first of all, lunatic, I did not say my gotcha moment was going to be that you're so stupid you can't do things. I've acknowledged that you're intelligent. I've acknowledged that you're trained in everything that you need to function in your life. My point was, when you operate in a society and on a global economy, if you could just make a phone, you would have already. So that, not that you need people, but you do still need other people, and you have to use currency, and that was the debate.
Okay, Monty, how you feel about my slavery option?
Oh my God.
Well, Monty, I would say look at all this money that we put into the economy. Like literally, it's collected from the collective of people and redistributed, and
Right. That's
it's
how an
just the
economy
insanity of it. Well, right, and that's why, you know, I say that these systems are failed, and we agree that a lot of this stuff needs to be rehashed out. I'm also going to say that, you know, the reason that I'm a lunatic is because I go to the absolute extreme, just like Gamer did. Is that, you know, we've tried the compliance, we've tried the nuance, we've tried the debate, and we're in a societal situation where people are dying on a level that's kind of ridiculous, and it
People aren't dying any
encompasses.
more today than they were 150 years ago, like at any
Well, I
faster
mean,
rate.
if you look at what's broadcasted as the tragedy around the world, it doesn't need to be, because we have the cooperation already in place. I think that we just need to get rid of that hierarchy that we have, so that it's a little bit more equitable for everybody. And we can do that. It's
I
just
just
that,
don't
you
like
know,
the word
people think
equity
that this shit
because
works.
I don't like the word equity because it's a derivative of communism, and I don't like communism. I think communism has failed in every instance it's been tried, and pointing out that capitalism is bad is not an argument for the collective. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
because capitalism is practiced all over. So, and a lot of people have mixed economies. So it's hard to say that capitalism is the sole problem of everyone's problem.
there
No, and
there's going to be problems even in
I'm
a
absolutely a
utopia.
capitalist, though. I'm
Yeah.
absolutely a capitalist, though, because the equity comes from labor, right? They talk about labor. What we don't have is a labor force anymore. We use outsourced labor. That's the whole
Yes.
argument of
Yes.
immigration, global trade.
And my
There's
argument
no
is
work.
there should be more people like you that have the knowledge, the know-how, the training, and the experience. You're a lot older than I am, but I am learning at the same rate I'm sure you did as a kid, just in different areas, because I live in a world where I don't need to know how to design an iPhone to use an iPhone. My equivalency of knowing how to use an iPhone is going to work for 60 hours, and now I have the money through my labor to buy an iPhone, buy other people's labor.
So through all this,
And I think that's a good system. I think that's honestly a good system because it makes me better at my job instead of having to be, a jack of all trades and master of none.
Well, and the thing is that
the rest
if
of that saying, let me get in there. The rest of that saying
Yes, I know the
also
rest of the
go,
saying.
okay. So it's very important that you take the rest of that saying into account because the
But I
masters
am
of
a
none,
master of the trade that I'm in, though.
masters of the trade are highly specialized and they're only usable in those set scenarios. Masters of one,
Not true.
none.
That's not true.
That's not true.
A master in cardiology is very, very fucking useful versus a master in,
Specialize in that one area, meaning in that one particular industry. For example, you
Right.
could be a cardiologist but be good at medicine in general. Now, stick them in a survival situation, and most cardiologists won't have the will or know-how or the capability to develop things that are
That's why
necessary
you
for
build your
survival.
communities up. That's why you build your communities up and say, you know what? Fucking Monty, you're going to be the fucking medic. Fucking libertarian, you're going to be fucking whatever you are highly trained in or whatever you feel the most competent in. That's going to be what we rely on you for. Gaming, you're going to fucking network shit. Fucking Couture, I don't know what you're good at, but I'm sure you're good at shit.
Money, baby.
Money. There you go. You're going to fucking
We
find
ain't gonna have none. We ain't gonna have no printed money, so I'm just gonna be obsolete. I can cook.
man.
well,
but
gold, silver, and all that is still commodities. My whole thing is that we've lost the community. We've lost we've lost the community banking. We've lost the centralized community to a centralized globalist ideology. And the
And that, I
globalist
agree with you that
ideology
that should
is
go away.
okay. Well, that's my whole point: is the reduction of the globalist ideology back down to a community-based level, to where we actually start understanding the value of each other instead of valuing the dollar in which we kill each other over, which is propagated through the media and everything else, as far as what is important, as far as what property I own or what image I represent.
True.
I would say,
and not being a walking advertisement.
People are trying to make the 8 billion people on this planet a small community, and that does not work.
So all the men on the panel and in the chat, I just want to say this as a woman. This is why average women, because we know the bell curve, this is why average women depend on you. Your bell curve is not like ours.
Yeah,
You have
We
far
don't
more
have a bell
intelligence.
curve. It's more
yeah,
like a fucking S
look,
curve.
we got more smart people. We also got more dumb people.
Yes, that is true. And we understand that, and we're all able to point them out for sure. But what I'm saying is that when we're talking about what you guys are talking about right now, remember, intelligence is not about the industry you're in. It's about the ability to adapt to whatever happens.
We have a saying
The
in the fire
applied
service. It's
knowledge.
called improvise, adapt, and overcome. I think it's the
Yeah.
same thing in the military. The
Yeah.
more
It is.
versatile you are,
Yes.
and this is why I was pushing you on this, lunatic, but I understood, because I already understood the response and I agree with it. I was pushing the notion that we don't need, that we can all just kind of make our own lives in the world we live in today. You can, but your life will be your standard of living will be different unless you can go out and absolutely 100% of the time get everything right. There are people that are better than you at things, and I prefer if I don't have the bandwidth to learn how to be better at something, I am willing to pay my labor, i.e. the money that I earn, into that person so that one, they can further their knowledge or further their profit and benefit me because they can do it better than me.
I'm ready to put a white hood on.
I'm done.
No, but on a serious note, though, so speaking of economy, I put this, I tagged S.E.T in it. If S.E.T wants to go ahead and bring that up, I made a post originally, and believe it or not, S.E.T, X took down that first post I made. There's a reason why it's a part 2. I actually looked at it this morning, and exactly what I seen in those videos I sent in the Discord chat is actually happening. So if you guys, and then according to a few economists, the tech AI bubble is actually swelled over 150. Some say 1,000, but the average is like 500 times what the housing bubble was in 2008.
Well,
but here's the
also,
thing, and this is why libertarian is saying the systems have failed, because in a non-failing system, that system would have already failed. It would not be propped up and propagated throughout and get worse and worse and worse, because the longer you kick the can down the road, the bigger the bubble gets and the more slime that gets on everybody when the bubble pops.
Yeah, so what I was saying, I'm sorry. What I was saying in that post, what I was saying in that post was that my suggestion, based off of everything that I've been seeing, I'm not like an economist, so take what I say with a lot of grain of salt, but it's food for thought. If a lot of economists are saying this, and the stock markets are saying this, and backdoor billionaires are doing these dumps now behind our back, we should probably take note. Just as like a come up for, just something in the future. And because me and Monty had like a whole conversation, and I was talking about PC parts or whatnot, and he said something that actually made sense. You should get it, because what's going to come now, next thing you know, your iPhone, your phone parts, going to shoot way through the roof. So that's something to think about. And a lot of this...
He was debating on whether or not he should buy a gun or buy PC parts. And I was like, well, if you can't buy both at the same time, you should buy the thing that's going to have the biggest supply crunch the soonest. If you think that's going to be guns, you should buy your guns. If you think that's going to be electronics, you should buy your electronics, because you will realize the equity when you don't have to pay overpriced prices for things.
Yeah, so just as an FYI said, you and really everybody on this live, y'all should look into getting what y'all need right now, because due to the people's hatred of AI and Microsoft, coupled with Microsoft really screwing up Windows 11 to the point where it's almost unusable.
Every version of Microsoft. What are you talking about?
Well, you're not wrong. Well, Windows 7 was pretty good.
Windows 98 was the best Windows. Changed my mind.
Okay,
that's when they peaked.
Okay, so we got a vintage.
All right,
somebody who really loves his vintage. See,
but all right, I do want to get to this video, guys.
Oh God.
He smokes tobacco out of a pipe, I see.
Now, all right, so shout out to our guy, Michael Knowles. He did a 2-on-1 with, two pretty notable liberals. So let's go ahead and get into it.
Harry! Where's Harry? Joe Biden was one of the most productive presidents in modern American history. We got to boot him out. I think most Americans agree with that. I think most Americans only enforce the law when I want to.
What happened to no king? You voted for a no king. You voted for a felon. She was breaking into the floor of the house at a time when cops were being beaten, and your daddy pardoned the cop beaters.
Well, welcome to Bar Fight. I'm Michael Knowles. I'm joined tonight by two guests. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. He is the Roy to Harry's Siegfried, Chris Mowry.
Joe Biden signed more fiscal legislation into law. Hold on.
Did he sign it?
And I saw you get walked by Adam Mockler on this. Can you be quiet?
The crown prince of left-wing social media, Harry Sisson.
Harry Sissy.
Now, here is how it works. We will be debating 3 of the most controversial topics of our day. The bell will ring. We will duke it out for that round. And then our friends in the crowd can come up to the microphone to pick a fight with any of us. Anyone who comes up to the mic can win special prizes and a seat at our VIP.
Oh, so let me go ahead and read these real quick. Shout out to Jet. He says, "Fuck it, add pedophiles and rapists to the gaming's list as well."
No,
indentured servitude.
Pedophiles got to go in wood chipper, bro. Sorry, I'm a slave owner, but I'm not gonna tolerate pedophiles. Now,
I feel you on that one.
But
All
rapists
right,
should
so
be.
what about
Hold
me?
on.
Oh, my bad. But shout out to Tobe. She says, "What about me, Monty?"
Rapists should be sold into slavery to the people that who the father of the person that they raped.
Ah, bro, that person probably gonna kill him.
Hey,
it's their property, so they can if they want.
I mean, might as yeah. I mean, shoot, fair is fair.
No, you're not supposed to cause your brother to fail.
That's not failing, bro.
They failed when they touched kids.
Yeah, but do you know what this dude is gonna do to him?
They failed when they touched kids, and they failed when they decided that they were more horny than a person's no.
I mean, bro, if somebody raped your daughter and locked you in a room with that rapist, like that not walking out alive.
Yeah, he's not gonna last 20 seconds. Like,
no, I'm gonna make it last long.
Much less on your property,
bro.
Y'all need to stop watching Saw. Okay.
I don't know, officer.
We can cast them in real life. Saw they could be actors, and the money from the movies could go to the victims.
I don't know,
man. You're gonna have the poor guy.
Hey, but that being
with an
twisted
overhead
Mr. Beast
speaker
shit.
talking about you trying to play a game. It's like, come on now.
You want to play a
Well,
game?
I mean, Mr. Beast has the reality Squid Games.
Yep.
Last one to take their hand off the wood chipper gets put in it.
Done.
Oh wow. It was like, I don't know, officer. I don't know how this rapist ended up cutting himself up into 12 small pieces and getting distributed to like 32 different animals. Crazy. I guess that's
a suicide.
And Chianti.
Wasn't it Louder with Crowder though? Who was like,
back to the video.
Hold on, just 1 second. Because Louder with Crowder said that in Russia the rapist actually shot himself in the back and buried himself, but it was suicide.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It stabbed 32 times.
Nothing to see here. I agree.
I buy that. Shoot, I'm buying it.
That's why when Epstein went bye-bye, I was like, yeah, it's a suicide. What do you mean?
Yeah, like F it.
I don't care. I don't care who got him. I don't care if it was the Clintons. I don't care if he actually, had the courage to take himself out. I don't care. I am happy he's not breathing. He's oxygen stealing.
Let's hope he did the Japanese way and did it honorably.
There is no honor with pedophiles. They're not humans. They can't have honor.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I respect it if I tossed them the katana and they went and gutted themselves. I'll be like, you know what? F you, but respect though. Respect.
No, there's no respect there.
There is no
Bro, they
redemption.
gutted themselves. I mean,
I don't care.
That is the samurai. They had honor. They weren't pedophiles, at least that I know of.
I mean, I don't know about that, dog. I mean, back in the day was wild times.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Is it a pound of flesh?
They didn't have no toilets.
I mean, no plumbing.
That
Bro,
was the problem.
age-
Modern day plumbing has fucked
age
this
was
world.
literally nothing but a number back then. Okay, it wasn't law, but a number. But all right, let's get back to
boy.
Table sponsored by Redneck Riviera Whiskey. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Let's do it.
Round one.
Hey! Come on.
It's now round three, I think, actually.
That's right.
Harry, it's your topic.
Oh, we're going with me
What
first?
is your claim?
My claim is that the Trump cover-up of the Epstein files is one of the worst scandals in American history.
Okay. All right. What's your argument?
I mean, look, what we've seen from Donald Trump in the past, 6 months or ever since he got into office, has been nothing short of gross. And this is a serious, we're having fun, but this is a serious topic, right? We're talking about kids, women, and even some men being abused. He never wanted the files to come out when there was the discharge petition. He was calling up Lauren Boebert and all the Republicans and telling them, don't put your name on it. And he was threatening them essentially. And that's even what Lauren Boebert said. She's still in Congress. She's still in his good graces. And even when the files are out, it's kind of been a trickle, right? We've had some and then some and then some. And even the files we've all seen now, which they're claiming are all of them, they're not. Some redactions are there that make me a little nervous, make me uncomfortable. And I think they should unredact everything that they can within the law. But there's emails out there where they're pretty clearly talking about committing crimes and it's still redacted. I think the American people deserve to know who those names are. And I think Donald Trump should have to answer for his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein, which goes much deeper than I think the right likes to let on. You disagree? I'll talk to you. We'll have a conversation.
Okay, so your claim really has two claims.
Sure.
The first is that Trump has covered up the Epstein files. And then the second claim is that is the worst scandal in American history.
It's one of the worst. Yeah.
One of the worst. Sure. Okay. I think you are impressively wrong on both counts.
I'd love to hear it.
The first being the fact that Trump not only has not covered up the Epstein files, but he has in fact to date released 3.5 million Epstein files, which is the single largest declassification in American history, and it's not even really close.
Why did he do that? Did he want to?
He did it.
Oh, but did he want to? Did he try to stop it?
Well, he released some files along the way, but he arrested Jeffrey Epstein. He redacted some of the files, and he opposed the release of all of them. And then he was calling some of which is child.
And he was calling up Republicans, telling them not to vote. But if he wanted the files to come out, why was he telling Lauren Boebert not to do it?
The claim that you made is that Trump covered up the Epstein files.
That's part of my claim. That's part of the cover-up, right? Calling members.
That is your claim.
Yeah, right. So him calling up members of Congress, telling them not to release the files, not to vote to release the files.
We have to establish the first fact before we get to the second.
Sure.
The first fact is you're claiming he covered up the Epstein files, but then you are admitting that Trump not only released all of those Epstein files, Joe Biden didn't release a single Epstein file.
Well, we'll talk about that.
Donald Trump released 3.5 million of them, which is the single largest release of classified information in American history.
If you're attempting a cover-up, that's still a cover-up, right? So Donald Trump just failed. He got pressured by the law and Congress, but he still tried to cover them up. Don't you think that him calling Lauren Boebert, telling her not to put her name on the discharge petition is concerning?
Well, I actually do agree that not all of those files should be released. I think some of that is a little bit reckless. I think it undermines certain principles of American justice, like innocent until proven guilty. I think a lot of those claims have been debunked, which we saw in the files. And I think some of it is actually child sexual abuse material, which obviously should not be released.
But we know that there are still more documents out there.
Like...
No. Aside
should
from
not be released, and some claims that have been disproven, even in courts, even by judges. So obviously, those names shouldn't be released. Nevertheless, on the first point, there is no arguing. It is the largest release ever in American history. Therefore, he didn't cover it up. To the second point, that if it were true that he had done the opposite of what he actually did, would that be one of the worst scandals in American history? And I can think of a few others. I'll try to go through them quickly. Aaron Burr, former vice president of the United States, tried to establish a brand new country in America. That seems to me like a bigger scandal. Teapot Dome. Do you remember that one from social studies? Teapot Dome, where the Secretary of the Interior went to jail because he took bribes to sell Navy oil. I'm thinking of another one more recent.
Operation Fast and Furious. Trump stealing classified documents might be.
Which classified documents?
Trump stealing classified documents.
Oh, hold on. The documents that he stored at a lower degree and less egregious ways than Joe Biden, where he had them next to his crackhead son.
Robert Hur found no intent on Joe Biden's behalf.
It's not one of the worst.
Yeah.
But just a couple others that come to mind. A few others come to mind.
You remember Operation Fast and Furious?
I do not.
Look up Operation Fast and Furious. Does anybody know what Operation Fast and Furious is on the panel?
Oh, are you talking about when Eric Holder and Obama sent guns across to the cartels and then wanted to track the weapons coming back into the country?
And who died because of that?
Let's see. I don't know how many thousands of people.
Yeah. Thousands of people, most notably a U.S. Customs and Border Patrol agent on the border killed by one of the guns that they gave the cartels that they later tried to ban for everyday American citizens having.
That sounds like Chicago.
Yeah, no, it was just Chicago and Arizona, Chicago and Texas, Chicago. Of course
Chicago was involved. Of course.
No. It's Chicago-esque.
Sorry.
Dealings.
I thought Chicago was involved. I was like, but not. Yeah, I know they are.
They gave the cartels what they would call assault weapons and weapons of war. They're just AR-15s and AK-47s and M16s. They actually did give them M16s, so that they could later on quote unquote, this was their claim, so that they could later on prosecute them for having those weapons illegally in the U.S. and catch them. which there were no prosecutions to come, only murders.
All right, guys, let's get back to it.
A U.S. grant, 100 people went to jail over a scandal that also implicated his private secretary. That's probably a bigger scandal. Bill Clinton using his intern as a human humidor in the Oval Office and then perjuring himself about it. I think that's a bigger scandal. And then
what about Trump actually assaulting women?
Hold on, we'll get to that in 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
The last scandal I'll mention is when a sitting Democrat senator drunk drove his mistress into a pond and then left her there to drown and remained the lion of the Senate. I think all of those and many others are much bigger than the supposed scandal of Trump not declassifying the Epstein documents, which he would have been well within his rights to do. I actually might have favored some of that, but regardless, he didn't do it because he declassified 3.5 million.
So everything you just mentioned in terms of scandals, I agree that those are bad. That's why I said it's one of the worst.
But it's
scandals.
not worse than President Trump hypothetically not releasing
Michael,
criminal information.
We're talking about rich, powerful men connected to the government, connected internationally, abusing children, trafficking children. I think that's a pretty bad scandal. And I think covering that up and protecting the men who did it
Which he didn't
is a
do.
bad scandal.
He's not doing
Which he obviously didn't do.
What Donald Trump not protecting them?
He didn't cover it up.
So we just found an email in the Epstein files of somebody, their name is redacted, we don't know who it is. It's sent to Jeffrey Epstein saying, last night was fun, your littlest girl was a little naughty. Should that be unredacted?
Whoever is implicated in that should be prosecuted. I agree with that.
Okay, great, but they're not doing that. The name is redacted, we don't know who it is. Why? If that's
You don't
if it's not
know
a
that-
cover-up,
hold on,
why
pause.
is the name redacted?
Who do you think?
You don't know that they're not doing anything about it. You don't know that that name's not redacted because they aren't investigating that person and trying to get a grand jury indictment on them. He doesn't know any of this, but he does know this, but he knows the average person in the crowd is going to feed into that and be like, yeah, he's protecting him. Yeah, they're protecting the integrity of whatever investigation they have going against that person. Do you want him to walk free?
He's also
But Jeffrey's
and blowing up.
Well, but Jeffrey's already said that we shouldn't trust the Justice Department. So is the liberal correct or not? Because we just had Jeffrey's tell us in his press conference that, we can't trust the Justice Department.
Good point.
Well, that's one person. I don't trust the government
ain't one person.
on its face. However, I do trust that they at least make a good faith fucking effort to prosecute people that have committed these crimes.
All right, back to it.
Now,
In the Epstein files, who do you think we should-
hold on. Whatever the average citizen does with that information, I can't control.
All right.
If it's not a cover-up, why is the name redacted?
Who do you think in the Epstein files? Who do you think we should prosecute?
Oh no, I'm asking about this in particular. This name that's redacted,
answer the question.
right? Because we don't know who it is. I can't give you an answer in terms of this specific email. So should that be redacted? Is Donald Trump wrong for redacting?
The question about the redactions or not redacting.
Can you talk about
names-
this specific email?
Well, I could talk about the specific email. The question is, is there sufficient evidence of a crime, and have there been investigations?
Do you think that's sufficient evidence of a crime?
Not necessarily, because there are a lot of false claims.
Really?
You mentioned that Trump was all over the
email
files.
to Epstein's personal
Here's a
email
good
saying your
example.
littlest girl was a little naughty. You don't think that's evidence of a crime?
It certainly could be evidence of a crime.
Do we think that's evidence of a crime? Does anybody disagree? Okay, good. We have some people agreeing. How about Republicans? I see a MAGA hat there. Do you guys think that's evidence of a crime?
Harry, let's
no. Come on, guys. That's a bad position to take.
Let's try to bring it to a tangible question.
Sure.
You said Trump's all over the Epstein files. What are the charges? What are the claims? Do you think he should be prosecuted?
We don't have all the files, so maybe there is something in there
Based
that
on what we
implicates
know.
Donald Trump.
Wait,
but what
so
we
what did I
know,
tell
I
you?
think
What did I
the
fucking
behavior
tell
is morally abhorrent, and it's not just information that's contained in the Epstein files. We got a Wall Street Journal article that was published December 30th of 2025 that talked about how Donald Trump in the 1990s and early 2000s would send young girls to Epstein's house to give him massages. That is only a perk that was given to members of Mar-a-Lago. Epstein was not a member of Mar-a-Lago. He specifically made an exception for Epstein to get massages at his house, and everybody in the spa knew that Epstein was creepy. Donald Trump continued to send them.
I'll reiterate my question.
Wait, I'm not done yet. Marla Maples, Donald Trump's wife at the time, even confided in Donald Trump, said that Epstein is creepy. You shouldn't hang out with him. He continued to do it.
Will you answer my question, though? Is there any evidence of a crime that Donald Trump committed that you alluded to that you think he should be prosecuted for?
Well,
you mean what? I'll let you answer if you want to.
Perfect. In the Epstein files we have so far, because there are still millions out there, I don't think there's enough evidence to prosecute Donald Trump. However, when you're looking at Donald Trump, if he had knowledge that he was sending young girls to Epstein's house to be abused,
Do you think he should be prosecuted?
That's a big if. If wishes were
Well, we
horses,
have
beggars would ride.
we have
a
dozens.
Wall Street Journal
We have
op-ed.
dozens.
Wow, really
No,
interesting.
not an op-ed. It was fact-checked by the entire Wall Street Journal department fact-check. Do you think that if Donald Trump was found, and we have all these Mar-a-Lago employees saying that
Well,
this
this is
happened?
what I'm asking you. What is the evidence of a crime that he committed?
So
Give me the evidence.
Okay, so that Wall Street Journal article. If Donald Trump
What is
was,
the
That's
specific
evidence
crime?
of a crime?
he knew that Epstein was.
No, bro, that's not evidence of a crime, bro. That's like hearsay. That's like I said, testimony. Just like everything else in the Epstein files when it comes to Donald Trump, it's testimony.
Can I
None of
make
it
a
has
statement?
ever been corroborated. Sad.
So remember, this is I going back and listening to all the videos that Sid was in, or trying to. I haven't even gotten through a quarter of them yet. But one of the first things Sid ever said on this platform, we were talking about the Epstein files, and he was like, "Well, only 30,000 of them have been released, and at the time there was only 120 something thousand that we knew about." And I said, all that's going to happen is this number is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger until something incriminating about Donald Trump happens, and then they're gonna drop it and not care about it anymore. And that is literally what I accused him of saying a couple days ago. And he's like, "No, that's not what I said." Literally, I do have that tape, and it's like, oh, do you think 30% of them? Because that was at the time where there was 30,000 documents released, and the report was that there was 120,000 documents. And I was like, the number is just going to go up and go up and go up. As they release more, they're just going to say that there's more out there, and that there's nothing, it will never be enough until Donald Trump himself is implicated in some way, even if that evidence does not exist. And he was like, yeah, sure.
All right.
It's creepy.
And now we're at 6 million.
Knowing someone's creepy is not a crime. What is the crime?
Wait. So
Wait, hold on. If he's sending young,
Trust me, there would be a lot of prosecutions if we could go after everyone we think is creepy.
Wait. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
If he's sending young girls, you said in this article, sending young girls
Right.
to
What is
Jeffrey
the
Epstein.
circumstance? How old
Is that
are the
not
girls?
facilitating sex trafficking?
It's all based on hypotheticals, the details of which neither of you are
It's not
providing.
hypothetical.
How old are the girls?
Everybody
How
in
old
the
are the girls?
Everybody in the spa.
When did it happen?
Wait, it doesn't. If they're 18 and getting abused, it's still a crime, right? So it doesn't. Like they could. The age
What
is.
do we mean by abuse?
Assaulted.
Noted. What do we mean by assault?
Virginia Giuffre was picked up from Mar-a-Lago and assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein.
What claims did Virginia Giuffre make?
I mean, it was awful. I mean, it was rape. It was
awful,
everything.
yeah. Well,
It was
against whom?
massages.
Against whom?
Against Jeffrey Epstein.
Against Jeffrey Epstein? Who
And
else?
Ghislaine Maxwell and Prince Andrew.
And who else?
I mean, I don't know who else.
There was a the biggest case involving Virginia Giuffre involved Alan Dershowitz. That's one of the biggest guys.
Throw him in jail.
Right. Now, here's one of the problems for this, and it's one of the problems for all the claims you guys are making.
Sure.
She retracted that claim. In the case of the allegations about Donald Trump, there's a case in which they say that.
Now, the only thing concerning about, them retracting stuff is that, well, from the Epstein files, we found out that Epstein was paying people off to retract statements. So I'm not sure if Virginia Giuffre was one of those people, not saying that she was, but, people retracting statements don't mean as much as it used to anymore.
But this is why people have the presumption of innocence until they're proven guilty in a court of law. This is why people like fucking Harry should not be up there just fucking making blanket claims because he feels that way about something. Like, he literally cannot base anything, and he's been pressed on it several times now. What is your proof? Where is the proof? It doesn't fucking exist. No body, no crime. Just because you want to think that your enemy is evil does not make them evil. Just because you say something enough times and you have public opinion on a matter does not mean that someone's guilty of anything. But we are working with that assumption because the news media and the news coverage of a thing absolutely influences public opinion on a thing, whether or not the person's been convicted or not. And that should be illegal. Why? Because you're influencing elections. That's what you're doing by saying things that aren't true, that you don't know to be true, that you can't prove. You're influencing elections because you're swaying public opinion, because all it takes is me to say, yeah, all the things that I've heard about all these people that I listen to say Trump's a really bad dude. I'm not going to do the research myself. I'm just gonna go with that because that's a lot of research. They're pretty smart. They must have done it. He knows better. He knows what he's doing. All this is Democrats running defense against Donald Trump for all of their failed policies. That's why Trump continuously says it's a hoax. If the shit came out, all you would do is say, "Oh, there's more stuff that you're hiding. There's more stuff that you're hiding. There's more stuff that you're hiding." I made the joke back when it was 120,000 documents that eventually it would be 10 million documents. What are we at right now? There's 3 million more. They just released 3 million documents. Oh, there's 3 million more.
But yeah, and I agree with you, Monty. Like at the end of the day, it's like I believe that our justice system is fair. It does help to take a lot of bias out. Just because you're emotional doesn't mean that the person actually is guilty. And clearly this 15-year-old kid, I keep calling him 15. I know he's older than that, but he never watched First 48. Like, come on, bro. Like, did you not watch the ID channel?
Bro, that's how you like. Have you never watched Forensic Files? You don't just get to charge people on vibes,
right?
And indict them with the public. Someone should not have their good name tarnished until they're. I honestly think all of these proceedings and all of this stuff, unless it is a public case, like i.e. someone like Charlie Kirk gets assassinated in front of people and there's public opinion about something, all of this shit should be done secretly until the public needs to know about it. Once the public needs to know, like, oh yeah, we caught this sexual trafficker, his name was Jeffrey Epstein. He did all of these things and we had this investigation running and we uncovered all of these things. That's how you do an investigation. That's when you start running somebody's name through the mud after you get a fucking conviction.
And alrighty here.
Sorry.
Let me go ahead and shout out to my man Fred Williams. He sent in a bronze medal for 50 jewels. Appreciate the support, and we're gonna go ahead and get right back into the video.
A 13-year-old girl decades ago was raped by Donald Trump. So you say, well, we should look into that if that really happened, shouldn't we? And then when we look a little deeper, we find, actually, this has been adjudicated. There was not only one court case, there were multiple court cases.
They
one in
withdrew
California,
voluntarily.
one second, one in California where it was dismissed by a judge. 2 other times she brought it up, represented by Lisa Bloom, and both times she retracted her lawsuit.
You're not arguing against what I'm saying. I'm bringing up the specific.
I am. I'm saying these are unsubstantiated claims, and you say, well, I've got the Wall Street Journal making big allegations.
We have the Wall Street Journal talking. We have the Wall Street Journal talking to multiple Mar-a-Lago employees, not just random people.
Okay, but we can't name any crimes. Very interesting.
I think that's a crime.
What is the crime? I just asked you.
Okay, great.
You just said you wouldn't prosecute Donald Trump.
Facilitating sex trafficking.
You just said you wouldn't
facilitating sex trafficking.
Okay, on what occasion and what circumstance?
I just told you, in the 1990s and the early 2000s, Epstein was actively having young girls come to his house from Mar-a-Lago Spa. There were a variety of ages.
Give me some numbers.
There were a variety of ages.
Okay, if you know the ages, what are the ages?
They were a variety. There were some kids. Virginia Giuffre was a kid when she worked at the Mar-a-Lago Spa.
But she did not retracted her claims. That's the point that I'm making.
Do you think that Virginia Giuffre lied about the assaults from Epstein?
She said that she lied about the assaults.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Do we have questions? I'm just trusting her. I believe all women. What's your claim?
So you agree that Donald Trump's a rapist?
All right, Harry, I have a question for you. Let's establish one fact first. Jeffrey Epstein died in 2019.
Yeah.
Joe Biden became president in 2020. The liberal media will do anything to hate on Donald Trump, whether he solve world hunger or, even find peace in Gaza or something crazy.
There's no peace in Gaza right now,
they'll do anything to hate on him. If Biden could find something in the Epstein files to, have against Donald Trump, why would he not release those?
Sure, happy to answer it.
He had 4 years to do it. Why didn't he do it?
Happy to answer that.
4 years.
I heard you the first time.
Unlimited access to these documents, and he didn't release them. What's that about?
I heard you. We are just so Ghislaine Maxwell's case was still working the way through the courts, right? She was still appealing. There was still a lot going on there.
He's still appealing right now.
Restrict certain documents from being released because that's DOJ law. If they're part of an active criminal investigation or prosecution, they can't be released. But Kamala Harris was actually asked this question on Jimmy Kimmel recently. She said, Kimmel said, why didn't you release the Epstein files? And Kamala Harris said, we had an independence between the presidency and the DOJ, which has disappeared under Donald Trump. So Joe Biden nor Kamala Harris went to the DOJ and said, well, we'll release all the Epstein files because we want to hurt Donald Trump. They respected that independence, which should exist, but no longer exists under Donald Trump.
So
basically, because of this, because we no longer have this independence, we're now getting more progress with the Epstein files. I mean, do you see how that's a terrible point you just made, bro? But you're just saying,
The
well,
deal-
because these guys are independents, that mean that, well, I mean, what, Biden couldn't tell them, oh, yo, can you please go chase down pedophiles, that might be trafficking children? Like, you guys, please go do
So
that.
every president sets out goals and policy adjustments that they want to make. If if Donald Trump decides that he wants to focus a good portion of his campaign, or not his campaign, his DOJ, because it's a part of the executive branch of government. It's not a part of the judicial branch. It's a common misconception. If Donald Trump wants to go and prosecute gun crimes, for example, he wants to have an emphasis on gun crimes. He's going to support the ATF and the FBI in tracking down, people that do this thing. Because this is something that the Biden DOJ did, for the record, because they want to talk about this independence and shit that they have. They don't have an independence. They have what the president decides he's going to focus his term on. And that's what they did. Instead of going after pedophiles, they decided to go against gun shops that misprinted people's names on 4473s. They decided to put gun shops out of business. That's what they used their DOJ for. They decided to prosecute a man named Matt Hoover for a fucking drawing on a business card. They decided that they were going to prosecute a 20-year Navy veteran for having a deconstructed machine gun that was previously allowed to own. Then they changed their rules so that they could prosecute him and throw him in prison for 20 years. So all of this is to say there is no such thing as independence between the Justice Department and the executive branch. It is the same branch of government, and it is charged with faithfully executing the laws of the United States of America.
And honestly, he kind of just proved that if that was the case, then it was a very ineffective way to run the DOJ.
It was absolutely an ineffective way to run the DOJ because the people wanted the Epstein files released when Biden was president. The same people that want them now, the people that want them released now only want them released now so that it can hurt Trump. That's why when we had Pam Bondi on yesterday and we were fucking reacting to her, I was like, you're a fucking idiot. Because I want the Epstein files released, not so I can hurt my political opponents, not so I can play team sports and be like, oh, look, Trump's in there. Oh, look, Hillary Clinton's in there. I want the bad people that did bad things to be have bad things done to them.
Absolutely.
All right, let's get back to it.
That's a very good point.
Wait, hold on.
The same DOJ that terrorized people that they shouldn't have. The same DOJ that Biden militarized. That same DOJ that had independent.
I don't want to lose the point because you make a very good point. You say, well, hold on. It would have been inappropriate for Joe Biden to intervene with the DOJ and to encourage them to release these files. But weren't you just criticizing Donald Trump for not releasing the files?
No,
which he actually did end
you're
up
misunderstanding
releasing?
my point.
I'm very confused.
You're misunderstanding my point.
Okay.
There was an active law working its way through Congress, and Donald Trump got involved in that, and he's obviously been communicating with the DOJ.
A law to mandate this unprecedented release of classified material.
Yes.
I agree, which I'm circumspect about myself.
Okay,
I think there are plenty of good reasons to keep
he was
classified
actively
material
involved
classified.
in this. He was actively taking a role in it. Joe Biden took no
As the
role in
president
releasing the Epstein
does.
files. He let
But
the
it would be
DOJ do its own thing.
So if the DOJ under President Trump decided not to release the Epstein files, you would support that.
Donald Trump went regarding the release of the
because you
Epstein
were just
files following
complaining
law.
about
No, listen, you're misunderstanding my point.
Okay,
The president
what's the point?
should not take a position in this. They should be independent. So Donald Trump took a firm position of no files released. Joe Biden took no position, said, hey, you guys are the lawyers, you're the experts, you're the DOJ, we don't want to be involved.
So you would prefer if President Trump had never voiced an opinion on this hot political matter, you would prefer
Yes,
if the DOJ
I would prefer Donald Trump not interfere with the process.
You would prefer if the DOJ did not release a single document under
I would prefer Donald Trump on this point in particular, DOJ independence. I would prefer Donald Trump not take a position and be involved.
And therefore, you would prefer the DOJ
if
not to release a single document.
Well, I mean, they're mandated by law to do so. So if
Before
the
law
DOJ,
was passed, the law that President Trump did campaign against.
I would want the DOJ without a law to release the files regardless.
But they
once
didn't
the
do that
law is
under
passed,
Biden.
once the law is
Hold on.
Can I interject?
Maybe you can
Can I interject?
Yeah.
Something? The federal government right now is set up in a way that is unprecedented for modern American history. For all of modern American history, these three-letter agencies, the DOJ, the FBI, the CDC, they have been largely independent from the presidency, shielded from political pressure. Donald Trump ran on the idea of unitary executive theory,
outlined in Project 2025. The idea, it's true. The idea
The
that
unitary executive goes a little further back than Project 2025.
no, of course. It's been a theory forever, but conservatives have been
a good
arguing.
theory, great theory, yeah.
Conservatives have been arguing that the president should have sole control over these agencies for
I have a
decades. Donald Trump, on his first day in office, signed Schedule F, giving him the ability, for the first time ever, to mass fire civil servants at these three-letter agencies. That's
Not
never
for
been
the
done
not for
before.
the first time ever.
Okay,
I mean,
but
the civil service has existed for a long time.
Of course, but the idea that he could, without any.
Oh, yo.
Sorry, quick question. Who is this other 15-year-old who's fighting for his right to vote because Andrew Wilson said that people shouldn't be able to vote till they're 35, and I'm seeing why. Who's this other 15-year-old? Do we remember his name?
Oh, this guy?
Nope. He got
this guy.
introduced, But
You know,
he's
good question.
He's liberal talking head number 2. We can just call him that.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, because we all know who this guy is, but we don't know.
yeah,
who
we
the
know. Yeah, I don't know who this guy is, but he looks
this
like
guy-
another
this guy's
15-year-old.
fighting for
in the
main
chat
character
knows.
energy. He's fighting for main character energy.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, now I know why Andrew Wilson said
anyway.
we need 35 to vote.
Is that lunatic laughing?
He's fighting for main character energy. I'm dead.
But no. My turn now. Damn it! All of this. There's a reason we elect the president, right? There's a reason we elect each member of the House and the Senate, and there's a reason that the president appoints the Supreme Court justices to make up our 3 branches of government.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the idea that we have a single person running our country for the most part, but separated from the laws and the enforcement of those laws, has been held since the Federalist Papers. That you have states' rights on certain issues, but you need a strong federal government to fucking basically ensure that the states can have those rights. So this idea that, oh, Donald Trump is consolidating power. No, he's using power just because it's unprecedented in recent history does not mean that's how it's supposed to be done. Like, it is supposed to be done the way he's doing it. The executive branch is not supposed to be so big that you're supposed to be hands off with everything about it. The executive branch is supposed to lead the DOJ, is supposed to lead the ATF, the FBI, the Postal Service, and supposed to run it. That's why they're considered the executive branch.
Basically, we're a department with no direction.
The executive branch is basically the enforcement apparatus.
That's
for
why
the
it's
US
executive.
government.
They're executing things. Judge, jury, and executioner, they're the executioner.
And if
They're
nobody
also the
gets
cop.
it, if you work for corporate, that's exactly what your executives.
Yes, they're supposed to
do.
manage all the minions.
Yes.
But his main argument here is trying to put nobility and modesty on Joe Biden as if he's this humble guy that just, he wanted to remain impartial. It's not your job to remain impartial. You're supposed to be the partial person. And then the courts are supposed to say, no, that's not right. You got that one wrong. Try again.
Mm-hmm. You know what? Here, I'm going to be very kind to Biden. I think this man spent his entire life in politics. And when he finally got the chance to be a president, he was already done. So grandpa was tapped out already. And, I feel really bad for Biden because he got used like big time.
Bro, my wife and I were
together
watching.
was a bit tough too, especially in his adult years.
My wife and I were watching the debate with Trump and Biden the first time, and then Trump and Biden this last time, and then Trump and Hillary. If you go back, and it's a video, it's like 2.5 hours long, but it's literally the 3 different debates between Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden 1 and Joe Biden 2. And you can see how furious and aggressive Trump is with Hillary. And then you see the same kind of energy with Joe Biden the second time. The third time, all you see is a bumbling little demented grandpa, and I feel bad for him. Like I shed a tear. I was like, that we're living in this day to day, and we're watching all this happen, and we're saying all these things, but I hadn't taken a step back to be like, this guy is just being abused. He's being used for his name and his power, and he doesn't have any idea what the fuck's going on. I felt bad for the man. I'm glad you brought that point up because that's exactly how I felt as well. I felt like they were just using this old man that really probably honestly did want to do good things for the country, just got hijacked by fucking radical leftists.
Well, I don't know if he ever wanted to do good things for the country, because when you go back and look at his record, you're like,
he didn't do a whole lot. He wanted to do what he thought was best.
Yeah,
he was playing the political game.
He never got a chance to do what he thought was best for the country. We never got to see Joe Biden. We never got to see Joe Biden in all of his glory.
In his glory, exactly. Yep.
Except as vice president. That was him in his glory days.
Yeah, him as vice president, I would have been. I don't think it would have been as bad if he had the mental capacity he had when he was vice president. I don't think
he had mental capacity then either. I think Obama covered up a lot of his. I think he was falling apart then, and Obama.
I'm not saying I would agree with anything he does, but you can look at Obama and say, okay, that's a guy that's he's sharp, he's fucking silver tongued, he's charismatic, whatever. He gets to do what he wants to do.
I think he was falling apart, and Obama was so cool that he kind of covered him in his coolness. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
Yeah, he was kind of like a Kamala Harris in a way. All attention was on Barack Obama.
Yeah,
really
exactly. Exactly.
But look at Biden when Obama presents him the Medal of Freedom, and see how sharp he is, and the emotion that's on his face, and he looks like a normal person, an older person, but he looks like a normal person. And then go watch him debate Trump the first time, and he's with it. He's debating. He's making claims. He's making points. They're bad points. They're Democratic points, so they don't hold a lot of water. But he's making points. He's holding his own in a debate. You see him in the second debate when he's running against Trump for the second time.
I'm better at golf than you are.
Nah,
blah, 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 blah.
Let's get back to the video, guys.
Reasoning, fire whoever he wishes at these agencies.
he has reasoning.
And fill these agencies with loyalists. Now the DOJ does whatever Donald Trump wants him to do. And so if the DOJ...
But hold on, they just released all those documents, but you said that Trump didn't want him to release
They released all the documents after he needed a political off-ramp.
So the DOJ doesn't...
Wait.
Hold on. So the DOJ does what Congress wants them to do, or the DOJ does what Donald Trump wants them to do?
Congress is useless because it's a bunch of...
but I thought you said the documents were only released because of Congress, not because of Trump.
Hold on.
But then you said that...
No. They were forced by the law. They were forced by the law because Trump and all his Republican friends in Congress who listen to whatever he says needed a political off-ramp. He's getting killed on this issue because he said, I'm going to release the files on day one. He can do whatever he wants. He can force his DOJ to release all the files. Then Pam Bondi says, I have the files on my desk. Then the files don't exist. Then the whole thing's a hoax and we want to stop talking about it.
The list didn't exist, which it doesn't.
But for weeks, it was, we don't want to release these files. The files don't exist. They may exist.
Yeah.
And politically, he's getting murdered on this issue. So his friends in Congress passed the law, and he's forced at that point.
So the problem with Trump is that he didn't release all the files, and he did release all the files.
I think the problem. I don't know. Hold on. I think the problem. The problem is the premise of the question. To the person over there who asked, Biden had these files for 4 years. It's just that is a gross misunderstanding of how the American government works. The Department of Justice was largely independent from the presidency through all of modern American history up until right now. So Joe Biden and
they were independent, but they went after his political opponent. They were independent, but went after the party that
they weren't so independent.
That's
they
a
were
crazy
not.
claim. I know, Monty, I get it, but here's the thing: that's a crazy claim to say they're independent when they acted anything but during Biden.
Yeah, it's a convenient glazing of Biden and his policies to say, they were just trying to remain humble and neutral and trying to be the fair voice in the room. And that's why he, decided that he was going to not mention it the entire time he was in office, and even though it had enormous public scrutiny. You know what he did decide that he was going to go after in public office? Assault weapons. You know what he did decide he was going to go after? Gun dealers. You know what he did decide he was going to go after? Trump. You know what he did decide he was going to go after? Businesses. You know what he did decide he was going to go after? SpaceX. You know what he did decide he was going to do?
Republicans and all that good stuff. All right, we get it, Monty. We get it.
I don't think people do. I think they're gonna hear this and they're gonna eat that up and be like, oh yeah, he was just trying to be fair, even though no one's ever heard that political argument in their life before because fucking Harry fucking Weenie Hut Jr. Sessions decided to say it. That's gonna be another liberal fucking talking point.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris, we're not going to hyper politicize.
You think the DOJ was independent and not politicized when it was spying on Catholic churches under Joe Biden?
That's it.
You think it was not political?
Actually,
you think the DOJ was independent of Barack Obama when they were suing nuns for not performing abortions?
Yes, actually, yes.
Oh, interesting.
And to that person's point.
Well, then we got to clear out the DOJ. I'm glad Trump did that.
No. To the person's point, it's like they're almost there. They say, oh, if Joe Biden had the file, if the DOJ was hyper politicized, they threw all these charges on Trump. Then, he didn't release the files because he didn't care. It's like, you're almost there, actually. The DOJ indicted Trump not for political reasons because Donald Trump committed crimes. The DOJ went after the groups you're referring to because there is right-wing extremism in the United States. It's one of the largest domestic terror issues of our time.
What was that crime that Trump committed?
I thought domestic terrorists don't exist.
Donald Trump falsified business records in the first degree.
That was the case in New York you're talking about. What's the
classified documents case?
The classified documents.
We have another
Did
question
you
over here.
destroy those classified documents?
Hold on.
Next
The
question.
intent was completely different.
Where's Harry?
Who the hell is this guy? Who the hell is this guy?
Baby
Oh, he's over here.
Harry,
He's fine.
sweet Harry. You've been talking about scandals, about obfuscation.
Oh, yeah, I knew it. We called it. Go ahead.
Hiding and cover-ups.
Nice.
Brother in Christ, brother in Moloch. We didn't have a president for 4 years, and you covered it up. How is that not worse?
No, you didn't go the direction we thought you were going to go. Why? So
where'd you think he was going to go?
We had a man in severe cognitive decline for 4 years.
Yeah.
Not running the country.
I
you
hear
talk
you.
about the DOJ is independent because it was.
Yeah.
Because there was no head of state. How is that not worse?
Okay, are you done? It's hard to make that argument when Joe Biden, and you're going to hate this, Joe Biden was one of the most productive presidents in modern American history.
Wait.
That's a bold claim.
That is a very, very bold claim. It's not untrue. If you attribute everything that happened under Biden's presidency with Biden doing it, yeah, a lot of policies that we're still fucking suffering from today got passed. Not because Biden was directing it, because he signed his name one time, someone copied it, put it into an auto pen, and just decided to start signing things left and right on Biden's behalf.
All right.
Go ahead.
Biden wasn't productive.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm gonna be real with you. He was productive. It's just that his productiveness didn't bear good fruits. Just to say that.
No, his productiveness wasn't him, Set. It wasn't him. It was
I don't believe it was
all
him
the
either.
mega donors that paid for him to get into his spot.
Technically, since his name is on the auto pen, we're just gonna call it Biden. That's why Trump put a picture of the auto pen there. So we're just gonna the auto pen and Biden are the same people.
So you mean if I copy your signature and I
No. If I'm president and you copy my signature into the auto pen, I guess we damn near the same people. Now, of course, I'm joking, but come on now. In terms of Biden, that's pretty much where it was going.
Yes, but we have compliance. And compliance, when somebody makes a claim against the signature and says, but you signed for me to do this shenanigans. And so when someone comes for the claim, they start looking at the signature. Did you actually sign this piece of paper saying this legal document, because that's what they all are? Did you actually say that you were the person who was going to do this? So there are people, because remember, there's lawyers in the White House, and a lot of the stuff that he allegedly signed is being questioned because it's like, well, we all know.
I get it. Because remember what Mike Johnson, when he said, yo, you signed that pipeline for Russia, and he's like, no, I didn't. Like, yes, you did, brother. Right now, that's your signature. And he's like, oh, I don't remember. And at that point, we're like, oh shit, who is running the presidency?
Yeah, I work with verifying signatures all day. So that's why I understand that when that came out about the signature verification, a lot of rules and policies and procedures changed for citizens signing stuff. Because at the end of the day, we have to verify that it's actually you signing the paper, because that brought out Hold on. It could be anyone. And we know that we have scammers in the United States. But at the end of the day, at that level, that high, that affects my life. Your policies affect my life.
True. That's
And
definitely
you
true.
auto pinning? Nah, we need to check. We need to look into that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, I want to talk to you right there. You.
I'm going to sit back. Go sit back, please.
I'd love
Go
to.
on.
I bet you and I.
I'd love to.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you start. You and I could go back and forth on legislation. We go bar for bar. I just want to hold on. Before Harry goes, I do want to point out, Joe, regardless of if you hated every piece of legislation that was signed into law under Joe Biden, hold on. Joe Biden signed more fiscal legislation into law. Hold on.
Did he sign it?
Hold on. Can I finish? I want to point something out.
Can I get
He
to the
said,
policy?
I'm gonna let you speak.
finish.
I'm gonna let you speak. More fiscal legislation into law than any president in the last 70 years. Up to this point, Donald Trump, who many of you voted for, this huge mandate, he has better lines in Congress. Republicans control the House, Republicans control the Senate, Republicans control the presidency. Up to this point, Donald Trump has passed less legislation than any president
Congress
in
is useless.
70
We all
years.
know that.
It's not a flex.
In 70 years.
Harry,
Listen,
what's your
it's
point?
absolutely true.
Hold on. So just to clarify, this is sort of a new. I wish this.
Like I said, it's not really a flex given the results. That's all.
Exactly. It's not a flex to go sign a whole bunch of policies that's going to destroy citizens' lives. Like, there's a lot of progressive policies that didn't help other people in the United States of America. So signing 1,000 more than the last president, that's not a flex. That means you didn't pay attention to what you were signing.
Yeah, it's like to hit me was, you know how much bills Biden signed? I'm like, bro, I don't care how much bills he signed. It didn't make my life any better. It actually made it harder. I mean, I like if you told me he signed all these bills and my life stayed the same, I'd be like, all right, cool. But if it got worse, I'm looking at you like, are you fucking? I don't care. Bro could have signed 100 bills. The fact that the American people was losing buying power, I mean, it doesn't really matter. The fact that illegals was coming in and all this good stuff, I mean, I'll be real with you. None of that mattered to the American people at that point. If you're saying he was the most productive, then he spent all that production not working for the American people. Then what do you got to say about that?
That's called not prioritizing. That's not production. Exactly. That's a lack of prioritizing.
My man's priority was all effed up. He was more focused on, undocumented immigrants than the U.S. citizens. Let's be real.
For its own debate.
I submitted it.
Joe Biden is the most productive president in recent American
that is
history.
true. That is absolutely true. By the way, Donald Trump is taking credit for some of Biden's policies, so everybody's like booing it. Like he's taking credit. You're cheering for it then. Can anybody name a piece of legislation Donald Trump passed in his first or second term?
I want to hear his point.
Who said that? We'll talk about that in a second. This guy.
Defending the incredible efficacy of the Democratic legislature is not a defense of the
really. So when Joe Biden passed the largest infrastructure bill in American history that rebuilt roads and bridges and removed every single lead. Wait, be quiet, please. Removed every single lead pipe in America, so everybody has clean drinking water. Just to be, everybody's against lead pipe removal. Everybody.
Dude. I mean, bro, Flint still got dirty water. I mean, what do you mean? Like I said, I mean, the production of it is like, well, what did you really produce? So these critical places like Flint, Michigan, do they still have dirty water? What about East Palestine, Ohio? Do they still got contaminated water? Yes. So I mean, bro, like I said, all these bills he signed didn't really help people who truly needed it. Because like I said, the people who got contaminated water under Biden still got contaminated water under Trump, sadly.
No, okay. All right. So and then when Biden, and then wait, excuse me, I let
the worst part about it is that it started under Biden and he left it that way.
All right, let you speak.
I want to hear Harry's point.
Michael says he wants to hear me. You listen to him.
It's too good to miss.
Yeah, exactly. When Joe Biden passed the PACT Act, which invested in healthcare for veterans who were exposed to toxic burn pits abroad, who's against that? Anyone? Okay, right. So nobody's against it.
Who loves the Candy and Puppies Act?
What about
I love the Candy and Puppies Act.
When Joe Biden passed the Chips and Science Act to invest in these little chips we have on our phones and these microphones, everything you're looking at, to make them here in America, not abroad? Anybody against that?
That wasn't an executive order. It was a bill. It came from Congress.
Wait, be quiet. Be quiet. What? When did they do that?
He's saying Intel laid off 18% of the workforce right after that act passed.
And has that?
Explain that, Harry?
I mean, yeah, they laid off 18% of the workforce because Biden just gave them money. Well, to honestly just exist. Like, yeah, look, they gave them the money on the premise that they were going to start, building more chips and creating more jobs, but he gave them the money up front and they just let go 18%. So
can I talk about the burn pits?
The burn pits? Oh, sure.
Yeah, so the burn pits were in Afghanistan. And I'm going to say this was like 15 years ago. I met a guy who was like 25 years old and he had TRICARE, but he was retired. I was like, how the hell are you retired? You're 25. He was like, I was at the burn pits. I was like, oh. Okay. Burn pits was already getting money. That was like 15 years ago. I don't even know who was president at the time. 15 years ago, they was giving money to the burn pit. The people who were affected by those burn pits. Those burn pits are from like 9/11.
Oh, damn. But here's the thing, though. Here's a problem with him mentioning the infrastructure, the whole Infrastructure Act. It kills me because, Intel, they didn't really create that much jobs. Sure, they built a new factory, but let's be real, they didn't create that much jobs. We basically gave them money for their factory while not really creating any jobs. Now, what Trump is doing is actually better. He's put 100% tariffs on chips and semiconductors, and he's going after their profit margin instead of trying to fill their pockets. So, I mean, let's be real. You're more likely to, work with somebody who's threatening your profit margin than work with somebody who's just giving you money, really with you just to exist in America. Like,
you know what's that? If not right now, but if we get an opportunity, I do have a question for you and the panel and the chat. I heard someone say we had a NAFTA agreement, but I can't remember the other letters that they use for Canada. But apparently we did free trade with Canada. And then they were basically saying how Trump went after them when we already had a free trade agreement. And I wanted to ask y'all about that.
Let's see here. Now, the problem with the first NAFTA agreement, like I said, it was overly favored towards Canada. Now, Trump did make some slight fixes to it, but to be honest, it wasn't all that big. But he did make it a little bit better for us because, let's be real, they still had tariffs on our products. They still kept us out of certain markets and industries. Make sure they put that 200% so they can make sure to keep their domestic industry safe while not caring about ours whatsoever. So, that was the problem with the NAFTA agreement is that sure, free trade. Remember what free trade is. We're outsourcing products that we can make here, or really, it was supposed to be for products that we cannot make here to send out to let other countries do it for us. The problem with that NAFTA agreement is that, we can make our own cars. We got our own lumber. And the thing is, we're over here giving you guys the business and taking away from our own. That's one of the main things, that's one of the main problems about it. Now, Trump did negotiate better terms, but to be honest with you, what he did now this time around is actually tackling the real issue of, foreign nations keeping us out of their market while they have access to ours. And then hit us with that's fair trade.
Yeah, and I thought that also it was about the fact that China, I think the really biggest thing with Trump was that Canada decided to work with China, and he's like, why are you working with China when you have a free trade with us?
Oh, because we're no longer giving them their way. That's the problem. So they rather work with China. The thing is, they just signed a deal with China, and now Trump is threatening them with a 25% tariff. When I'm be honest with you, I thought it was a bit weird when he first let them sign it because I'm like, bro, we just snatched up Maduro for basically doing the same thing. So I'm glad he stayed consistent and put that 25% on China because it is a bit funny how China's no longer getting their way with us. We're asking for a little bit of reciprocity. We're just asking for fair trade, literally. This time, real fair trade, not free trade, but fair trade. And they don't want that. They actually want a trade deal with us where they're able to benefit, get business from us, but they don't really got to buy into us too much. And Trump is trying to fix that. And for some reason, they're like, well, if you don't want to give us that, we'll just work with China more closely. And I mean, the problem is that you'd basically be selling your entire country to China. China's gonna be running all your infrastructure, damn near all your businesses, and they'll be right next to us.
Yeah, because Jamaica is.
I mean, bro, parts of South America got bought up by China. That's the whole reason why Trump put down the Don Road Doctrine is because he wants to get that Chinese influence out of South America. They control too many resources and all that good stuff. And I'm real with you. We want that. We need that. And they got enough. I mean, they can go ahead and deal with the other countries on their side of the world, leave our side of the world alone.
Yeah.
Because, you know, like I said, as soon as we set tripping, we tripping, apparently.
Has that trend continued or slowed or gotten better? Has that trend continued or gotten better?
Of the company, you know, it's only going to get better from there.
And the economy continues to get worse under Donald Trump. You're talking about mass layoffs. Look at Donald
You're
Trump.
talking about all-time stock market highs. You're talking about
and inflation still up, and gas prices going up, and grocery. What happened? Wait. What happened
jobs under Donald Trump?
What happened to inflation being eradicated on day one?
Manufacturing confidence has gone up.
We've lost manufacturing jobs for 14 straight months under Donald J. Trump.
It's hard
he
to rebuild.
ran on a manufacturing boom.
I'm sorry, but we also gained manufacturing jobs for 14 straight months. I get it. I mean, yeah, of course we lost manufacturing jobs and we gain. I mean, you know, we do the same thing within a month. But the best thing is that we have a positive growth in jobs. And when it comes to factory jobs for the end of that year, I don't know why y'all mad about that. But I mean, y'all want to sit there and nitpick at what? Oh, we lost 30K jobs in this month, 15K jobs in this and that month. Yeah, but we also added 45,000. Then we also added another 30,000 in that month. So it's like all they want to talk about is the negatives when there are also positive growth as well.
Manufacturing after 50 years of deindustrialization.
So wait, Joe Biden did it. He created 800,000 manufacturing jobs in his 4 years.
Yeah, the thing is, when you shut an entire economy down artificially and then you restart it.
Who was president?
It was unfortunately President Trump allowed. Unfortunately, President Trump allowed the Democrat governors to destroy the economy. That's true.
But right. The Democrats somehow.
Hold on. Is Donald Trump
Republican state?
No, I ain't gonna lie though, because what was definitely so shiesty is when what was it? It was the Dems. It was the Dems that was pushing hard for those stimulus checks. Like, and don't lie, you Dems was pushing hard for that stimulus check, and then you got mad at when Trump wanted to put his name on it because it was actually you guys who was pushing hard on it. But then when you seen the inflation that came with it, then y'all want to backtrack like y'all ain't never won it. Like, come on now.
Wait, can we just point out, though, that I just named 3 of Biden's biggest policies. Not a single person in this room, except that dude with the weird hat back there, objected to the policies. You all like it.
Yeah, because you named the easy policies that people like.
So what
wait, hold on.
Let's protect our veterans Act
These
of
are
2011.
These are not easy policies to get done. Donald Trump said it was infrastructure week his entire first term. He didn't get any infrastructure bill passed.
The razor-thin Republican majority in the House does make it tough
Joe
to
Biden had a smaller majority.
The executive orders have been excellent, and his
Joe Biden
economic
had a smaller
performance has beaten
majority,
all
and he got it
expectations.
done. Joe Biden had a smaller majority and got it done.
Yeah,
What's Donald Trump's
because the Democrats are in lockstep, and the Republicans are like
Well, the
herding
Republicans
cats.
voted for it.
All of these are bipartisan.
All the Republicans voted for it. So are you against any of those bills? Are you against any of those bills?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, because the infrastructure bill had a ton of pork in it.
What pork?
What
pork?
What you're talking about, like individual bridge projects?
Yeah, people being able to drive is a pretty good thing.
Not only with the infrastructure bill, and the Inflation Reduction Act. The problem with those bills is that they passed a lot of nonsense spending that damaged the economy broadly.
Wait, what specific damaged the economy? What specifically?
It increased inflation to 9% under Joe Biden.
There's no
9% inflation.
What's the connect?
I mean, bro, it was basically $1 trillion spending bill. If you put both of them together, probably over that. What are you talking about, bro? You guys are spending money, trillions. So yeah, when you put it all together, I mean, F the individual spending, it's the spending all together that didn't produce anything but inflation. That's the problem. It's a 20% increase in the money supply that caused a 20% increase in pricing. That's the problem.
For the economy, I think, right?
But all right, we're gonna go ahead and end it on this note right here because we are at that mark, and I still got stuff to do tomorrow. Because, well, it's Valentine's Day, so it is what it is. But all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and end it on this one, guys. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. I'm gonna go ahead and play this fun little clip, nice little 4-minute clip. Appreciate you guys, and shout out to you guys who came up, Couture, Gaming, and the Lunatic Libertarian, and even Monty was in the background.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to say I appreciate all of you guys up here, libertarian. Sorry, I didn't call you a liberal. Libertarian lunatic. I'm glad you came up too. So it was really nice hearing your thoughts, not in the chat.
Hearing those perspectives. But all right, I'm gonna go ahead and end it on this one, man. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Make sure you guys double tap that screen, like the video, and subscribe to the channel. See you tomorrow. Peace.
Gen Z was the first generation to be raised in a secular post-Christian environment. They were the guinea pigs for the experiment of secularism, so they got to see the effects of secularism firsthand. So here's what it was like growing up Gen Z. Welcome to school. Hope you're excited to sit still and do mindless work for 8 hours every day. Not really. That sounds like a mental disorder. These pills should help. Okay, so how do I get good grades? By learning and being creative? No. School is designed for 20 highlighter girls who are neat and organized and submit meaningless homework on time, not for guys like you with energy and motivation. Now here's why you should hate your country, race, sex, and religion. Okay, now I'm gonna try to get a girlfriend. Girlfriend? These days people just do casual hookups and situationships, and we're only interested in like 10% of guys, which does not include you. And you're happy about all this? Oh no, I'm dying inside, but I can't act otherwise due to social pressure. If you don't get your grades up, you're gonna fail. What about the kids who never go to class or do homework but graduate anyway? Our school isn't allowed to fail those kids due to PR. Well, I have no motivation to work either. What's the point of all this? Hey now, if you get all A's and get into a good college, you might even afford a tiny apartment someday. Well, that's depressing. You're depressed? Seems like you need therapy. No, I just want to know what I'm even working for in life. Sounds like a chemical imbalance. These pills will make you numb to it all. This was a pretty normal experience for Gen Z men. They grew up lost, hopeless, lonely, and with no meaning in their lives. They also grew up surrounded by wokeness, which celebrated many groups of people, but said that men were the oppressor group and needed to take a back seat in society. The only voices speaking against the status quo were Christians and the cultural right, which have always had an uneasy on and off alliance with each other. There's a lot of overlap between them because they often support the same things, but for different reasons. While not all Christians are on the right, and not everyone on the right is Christian, the right was an important stepping stone for many young men coming to Christianity. If we're gonna be honest, most young men didn't go from weed-smoking atheists to Bible-believing Christians overnight. For most of them, the first step in deconstructing leftism was honestly looking at internet memes that mock wokeness, so they could see how silly all of it was and eventually realize the emptiness of secular society. For many young men, the first step away from leftism is skepticism of the whole LGBTQ movement, which causes them to get cancelled, which further radicalizes them. Since leftism is a rival religion to Christianity, it's often necessary to lose faith in leftism before you can begin to consider Christianity. Not only did Gen Z lose faith in leftism, they lost faith in modern society generally. Because previous generations were living off of the benefits of Christian society, they were able to have more faith in the material things of this world. But since society for Gen Z looked more bleak, they had to turn to spiritual things for meaning in life. This can loosely be applied to the generations. Previous generations were able to take a successful society for granted and saw less of a need to turn to God, but that made them weaker and less religious, which made society worse, which is making Gen Z turn to God. This also applies to countries. It's a common pattern that after centuries of Christianity, especially Protestant Christianity, countries will become insanely successful, but then due to their success, they'll forget about God. This is also the pattern we see in the Book of Judges many times over. The things that people often get meaning from, like money, romance, achievements, friendship, and self-image, are not necessarily bad things, but when they become ultimate things, meaning things that you can't have meaning without, then they become idols, which means false gods. Now sometimes when people lose all of these things and can't get any meaning from them, they turn to Christianity because that's something that can never go away. The reason people are starting to favor Christianity over secularism is because Christianity offers objective goodness, truth, and beauty. Modern secular society says those things are just subjective opinions, which inevitably leads to degeneracy, lies, and ugliness in modern society. Traditional Christian philosophy calls goodness, truth, and beauty the transcendentals, because they're all objective, they're all connected to each other, and they're all rooted in God's nature, because goodness, truth, and beauty each reflect God in various ways. But modern secular philosophy questions the existence of God, so goodness, truth, and beauty become nothing but human opinions. That's why they say things like, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, or live your truth. Those are actually secular modernist sayings. Since objective goodness, truth, and beauty don't exist according to secularism, any claims to objective goodness, truth, or beauty by the church, for example, are seen as tools of oppression that need to be deconstructed.